Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Hello? My goodness, I can barely hear because the mix of there's all right. To give you context, there is both. Oh, never mind that cloud there. There was both what's-a-mahoozies. There was both Also, is this game gonna show up? Because I don't know if you guys can hear it. There we go. There's the game. So yeah. So there's. Let me just. There's like multiple sound sources. There was both this full screen game doing its like, orchestral nonsense and what have you. By the by, we still have like another, hang on a second, top left here, 66%. We still have a ways to go before it's done. But yeah, hi there. You got Black Ops 6. Yeah, no, I got Black Ops 6. So, didn't have to pay for this one. So as most of us who are aware, Activision Blizzard, fuck Bobby Kotick, piece of shit. He got bought out, and the shares and what have you. This was like a huge, like marketing or not marketing. This was a huge deal within the finance industry alone, let alone gaming industry. But Microsoft, the company that owns Xbox and shit like that, they made a bid for Activision Blizzard to buy it all out and shit like that. This happened like a year or two ago. Sony obviously did not want that to happen. And what was kind of funny was that they were trying to be like, Microsoft can't do this because then they'll do exclusivity deals and the thing won't be on our platforms. And it's like, Sony, don't you have like a really fun deal where you were doing that shit with a lot of your Japanese developers? And what's more is, in the realm of Call of Duty, you got exclusive modes and like, a couple days ahead of time to any of the other consoles for Call of Duty. Like, why? Like, it's a bit hypocritical. Now, granted, there is the question of like, just companies just absorbing other companies and what have you. But I'm gonna be real with you. Short of Activision Blizzard like imploding on itself, which was not gonna happen according to the numbers it was making and shit like that. We were never gonna get rid of Bobby Kotick and the frat boy energies that were coming from that place. And while I did say of like, fuck Blizzard and shit like that, Activision, they're just money hungry a little bit. So yeah, no, this is available on the Xbox Game Pass. Didn't have to spend a single cent because I was already using the Xbox Game Pass to, for other games and what have you, such as the Yakuza series. And this one is made by Treyarch, and as far as I know, hang on. There we go. Sorry, I just had to respond to a message. So yeah, I'm really glad that like, Bobby Kotick is no longer part of Blizzard and shit. Granted, he got like a cool couple million as an exit thingy-majiggy, which isn't great. But hey, it means that, whatever the fuck we get after the fact is less, of a problem. So, because I didn't get into Diablo 4, I didn't get into World of Warcraft, I didn't get into a lot of Blizzard shit. Because, one, some of the games don't interest me, that is true, but the games that do interest me, such as Diablo 4, Diablo 2, like, Reforged, or whatever the fuck the Diablo 2 remake is, I am tempted to play that, but I didn't want to play that if, Bobby Kotick was still running the show, or any of that kind of nonsense. But with Call of Duty Black Ops, it's like, yes, it's under Activision, not Activision Blizzard, which is slightly different. It's done by Treyarch. Treyarch hasn't, there's a whole history. Like, I could go on forevers about, like, the sheer amount of, like, problems that... Because here's the thing, is that Blizzard was getting sued by the California, Better Business Bureau or something like that. They, like... When you're getting sued by the government, that's not you know, maybe you've done something shady. It's like, no, if the government is going to sue you, they have a 96% conviction rating, and normally that is made by the fact that they are going in with receipts. So yeah, so, you know, that's the be-all, end-all of that. That's for, like, why I wasn't playing Blizzard games, and why I'm kind of okay with playing this Activision game. Plus, I like their campaigns, quite frankly. Call of Duty campaigns, except for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, because from the sounds of it, it was just an absolute fucking dumpster fire and was meant to be just an expansion of Modern Warfare 2. You know, yeah, I want to give this one a try. Or it's just gonna crash right in front of my face. Thanks, Call of Duty. Or it's gonna, like, reboot at one moment. Oh, no, yep, it's rebooting. So, for whatever reason, it's like you click on the campaign, program closes down, it opens up again. I think this is because of the fact that they've set it up where it's like, oh, here's Call of Duty, the program, where you've got Call of Duty Warzone and everything like that. Oh, they want me to allow something, god damn it. Where's the game? Here it is. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 6. Shaders preloading. Oh my goodness, I have to wait for shaders to preload again. Signed in as GrantZeebs, thank you. Update requires restart. What? It's literally been 3 days. What update? Oh my goodness. Look, I get it. You're a huge, like, AAA, quadruple A, who the fuck knows? Ubisoft has really, like, fucking warped our sense of, like, expenditure on games and what have you. And Activision, Blizzard, and and EA have done the same thing by having, like, multiple studios across the world working on one game. Like, if you look at the, like, this game was like, oh yeah, this was worked on by Treyarch, by Raven, by Sledgehammer. It was worked on by several different, like, peoples and what have you. Bishop takes Rook. Can't believe Livingston's putting me and Haro together in the field again. Been a while. Wood says this Sahid Alawi must be worth a migraine. Or 3. I'm just gonna... Alrighty. So we got... Confirm. I love how, like, shader preloading 0% once again. Oh, no, never mind. So, why? Why does this game have, like, so many different executables? Is it going to be, like, a different executable, like, each like, level? Because it's like, yeah, I want to get out of campaign. Because it looked like, I'm going to be frank, it looked like I was getting into a, it looks like my game crashed, for me, personally, and then opened up again. And it's like, oh, do you want to continue the mission? It's like, no. I just want to... I want to do my thing of, Alright, continue. There we go. I just wanted to do my thing of, like, you know, just playing the one game or something like that. I didn't, like... And I wanted to start from the beginning. I might have skipped... I might have missed, like, a cool thingy-madiggies. Alright, so we got... Alright, Call of Duty Black Ops 6. There we go. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 campaign. Launching Call of Duty... Oh my god. It took some time to transition modes due to hardware or loading times. This is on my solid state drive. This game, like, here we go again. It's gonna shut down, and then it's gonna open up an entirely different executable. And knowing my luck, it's gonna open up, like, the Black Ops menu executable or something like that. It's gonna close that one in order to get to the campaign, and then I'm gonna once again, like, sit on that screen where it's like, oh, mission select, and I'm like, no, don't give me mission select. Give me, like, the start of the game. Why did they think this was, like, what, like, did they make the quote-unquote Call of Duty, like, program, much like how Jackbox Games was trying to make their launcher so that all their mini-games was in one thing? Because I'm gonna be frank with you, if you're doing, like, see, and then it puts me back here, and it's like, you know, am I just supposed to, like, click into here? Because if I go back, it's like, it's gonna take me out of the thingy-madiggies. Fine. Regular, your will be tested. What happened to the game that was like, oh, let's just do a little tutorial?
Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate.
Friday, November November 10th, 1989.
An entire class of U.S.-Soviet nuclear missiles is eliminated. Means that the era of nuclear disarmament has begun. We will stay the course, and we will succeed.
Why does Felix Newman already look like the man who's gonna turn on us and...
And there can be no doubt, Operation Desert Storm is working.
I need to tell Unnamed about the fact that it's taking me like 3 separate executables to get into like Black Ops 6. Took me 3 separate executables to get to the Black Ops 6 campaign after running Call of Duty. So yeah. Look, Activision, you're really like, okay, maybe I'm the only one that gives a fuck about this at this point in time because everyone just keeps going on with this stuff. Hey there, Sage, welcome to the stream. I don't know if I'm like the only person that gives a fuck about this as a streamer who like plays on one PC. But can you optimize your shit, please?
Enough.
I don't have a moderator to like allow things. This is just standard size me.
Compromised.
With all due respect, sir, you weren't there.
And the group that compromised you, the Pantheon. You sure that's who they were?
That's what Alawi called them. When are you gonna tell us what's really going on here?
I'm asking the questions, Mr. Woods.
Oh, so he's in his chair.
I read your report, Ms. Harrow. Some of it I still find hard to believe.
How far into the... Because, like...
That's why we're going to go over events again.
Alright, timeline-wise...
I want to hear it from Marshall. From the beginning.
So this is obviously after, you know, Black Ops 2, where Woods got his leg shot out by us.
We were in position near the Iraq-Kuwait border. Small team.
Well, not by us, but he got his leg shot out.
And Case.
You're liking the PNG? Thank you. Kuwait, 1991. Yep, still playing Black Ops before I was born.
Ahead of schedule.
Whoever he's meeting won't wait around for long.
No, not if it's a smuggler. I'm sure Lowry's paid top dollar to get himself out of the Middle East.
Guess it doesn't really matter.
Oh, goddammit, Marshall.
He's coming.
Marshall with the cap Ford reminded me so much of Sergeant Johnson from Halo 2.
Waiting on your go. Over.
Good.
Do it.
Outlaw 42, you're clear to engage. Out.
Let's go get him.
Copy, ground. Engaging it out. Here comes the traffic jam.
Jesus. Effective.
He'll be in the middle of the convoy. And remember, Livingston wants Alawi alive.
Noted. Straight to the expert point.
Yes. Do not consider.
5 minutes.
Alawi is a minister of defense and close to Saddam. His guys will be well trained and heavily armed.
Movement. Truck doors.
Got it.
2 targets down.
More to come. Keep pushing into the smoke.
Another one.
They'll know we're here soon. Be ready.
Press ahead.
Can't see shit in this smoke.
Let's do this. Nice.
Alawi's in a black truck.
fast!
Got me, back truck. Keep pushing up, Kate. Find it out. Black truck, we gotta get eyes on it.
I got eyes on Alawi's truck, middle of the road.
With
Case, take the door.
Oh, wrong door. This door. Alrighty. Oh, Jesus.
I got it. Stay calm. We're not here to hurt you.
CIA? We had a deal.
Deal? Not with us. Where you headed?
Colorado, you lie! Your man was getting me out!
Man.
Who exactly?
Is that us?
No, not Iraqi either.
Pantheon.
Pantheon.
We need to leave. You won't stand a chance against them.
They haven't spotted us. Let's keep it that way.
Alright, am I gonna be... Cool, so I'm playing a dude named Case, and the minute I hear the phrase Pantheon,
Straight, Mr.
it's just
Marshall.
like, oh, like, trigger word.
The group you claim to be the Pantheon was a multinational, heavily armed paramilitary force that showed up out of the blue. At this point, you're told to wait for backup, but you decide to play cowboy instead.
We had to act fast. Our window
Miss
was
Harrow,
closing.
did he or did he not disobey your order?
Yes, sir, but the accelerated timetable
That's what I thought. I've come to expect this from you, but not from you.
Sir, our objective was to recover Alawi by any means necessary.
Oh, I'm
and that-
aware. So, care to explain why he's on a slab in the morgue right now?
Things got complicated.
I reckon our dude Case is like some sort of like sleeper agent or some nonsense.
U.S. operatives. I don't know who leads them.
They're blocking our exfil. We call in reinforcements and wait.
Wait. The hell with that. Barrage, come in. We're headed your way.
No, we're compromised. Alawi will slow us down.
Allow you going with us to the Pantheon.
I'm going with you.
Damn it, Troy.
Smart man. Case, let's start by softening them up.
Cool. Press and hold 3. Lethal, tactical, or support. Hold 3 and view the equipment wheel. Alright, so we're using...
That's our opening.
Let's punch through it. These Pantheon boys can fight.
Take him out. Keep moving to the rally point. That's the top.
You could be leading us into an ambush.
It's the only way out.
Oh, I could have thrown like a grenade thing. Never mind. That would
Barrage,
have
we're getting
helped.
close. Barrage, come in.
Are you sure he'll be there?
You just worry about not slowing us down. We're open targets down here.
Okay, I can use the scroll wheel to do the thing. Nice.
Contact. Pantheon has the high ground. We're almost to the RP case. Keep put, hit him.
Oh. Use flanking tactics to engage a strong enemy. I probably should have dealt with the person that was up above.
Barrage, we're getting close.
There we go.
Barrage, come in.
Are you sure he'll be there?
You just worry about not slowing us down. We're open targets down here. Pantheon can pick us apart.
That's why.
Contact. Pantheon has the high ground. We're almost at RP.
Keep pushing to the RP.
Damn it. Grenade up top, and then flashbang to the right. That should have been the technique.
We're almost at RP case. Keep pushing.
Keep pushing to the RP.
Look out, Fred!
Clear.
Rally point to the west, go. Guys, what you so bad, Alawi?
Get me out of here, and I will tell you everything I know.
Damn right you will.
Or I'll kill you myself.
Barrage will meet us at the bottom.
I think we're good.
Everyone all right?
Just having a man, like,
Is this your... No, 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 no!
no.
Stand down!
Adler is always doing something, isn't he?
Wait till Woods gets a load of this. Goddamn Russell Adler, CIA traitor. You've been on the run, what, 10 months?
Marshall, huh? Woods' new project. You can ease up, son. I'm all done here. Jane?
You just killed a high-value target in cold blood and put our national security at risk.
Alawi can't fall into the Pantheon's hands. Or Langley's. The CIA is compromised. But it's not me. I'm just the fall guy.
You expect us to believe that? Hey, Jane, you want to tape his mouth shut for me?
Yes.
Wait. I got a message for Woods.
Oh, yeah?
Tell him Bishop takes Rook.
The hell's that supposed to mean?
Time to go.
In the truck!
I am going to need a refresher on the Black Ops timeline at some point. Also, Jesus Christ, this thing is fucking loud.
There, on our six.
You can't outrun this!
Take him out.
Want that bird out of the sky, Case?
Flares.
Waiting for!
We need to hit him with a rocket.
Hold on! Everybody good?
We're solid.
For now.
Come on, Case, I need you.
There we go.
Wait, whoa, look out.
Oh, shit!
That's how you drive.
No visible threats in the airspace. We're clear.
I'm just gonna lower that volume just a little bit.
Good luck with that.
It does look pretty good.
Anything else to add?
They have optimized this game, rather, like, to some degree,
Losing Alawi.
for visuals and such, but they've not made it easy for me to, like, start it.
Ms. Harrow, bringing in a rogue operative is certainly a win. Russell Adler, the mole who betrayed us in Panama. The man responsible for your current condition, Mr. Woods.
Ooh.
So why was he trying to tell you something in Kuwait? Bishop takes Rook. Any idea what that means?
No clue.
Okay then. Based
Thank
on
you for the hyper himbo, I greatly appreciate it.
and the withholding of critical information regarding Russell Adler, your team is suspended.
Are you for real? This is bullshit.
As for you, Ms. Harrow, consider yourself on very, very thin ice.
People like me and Adler are the reason we ain't speaking Russian right now.
Over, Mr. Woods. That makes you and Russell Adler the last global gunslingers of a bygone era. Take this time to reflect on that. Dismissed. All of you.
My office in 5.
I'd advise you not to pursue this further, Marshal.
Okay, so the timeline So I just quickly Googled this, and the first result I get explaining to me the timeline of the Black Ops series is from 1942 to 1945, we have World at War. 1961 to 1968 is Black Ops 1. 1981 to 1984 is the Black Ops Cold War. So that was the game, that was the Black Ops game prior to this, where we had Rook or whoever our character was, and he was like brainwashed and shit.
Some time away. You know, take a little trip.
And then 1986 to 1989 is the past missions from Black Ops 2, not the future missions. And now we got Black Ops 6.
Sideways again. You're on your own.
So,
Copy that.
I'm only partially familiar with some of the stuff. Like, I don't know why Adler is seen as a rogue agent for the last 10 months.
Do me a favor, Troy. Don't get yourself.
So, because, like, as far as I know, he was, like, important for, like, you know, the Call of Duty Cold War. So I don't know what happened in Call of Duty Black Ops 2, like, in the past with, Mason and...
Bishop takes Rook. Of course,
Yeah,
Woods knew what it meant. Adler was pointing us somewhere. The Black Sea. According to Woods, 15 years ago, he and Adler discovered an abandoned KGB safe house in Bulgaria. It was called the Rook. Last year, before Adler disappeared, he'd been chasing rumors of a dangerous paramilitary group, one receiving orders from inside the CIA.
Okay, so that's why he disappeared a year ago.
He believed the Pantheon was developing a new type of weapon, planning to unleash something the world had never seen before. And wouldn't you know it, soon evidence surfaced incriminating Adler himself, and he fled to this place. What we found here over the last couple days has changed everything. Now I'm questioning what I believed about Adler, about Livingston, about the CIA itself. I have my doubts about going dark on Jane. Woods might be right about her value on the inside, but she'll be in the crosshairs if Langley learns what we're up to.
I'm sorry, the
Adler
CIA
brought us
agent is writing a diary sounds...
Stop the Pantheon before they strike. To do that, Woods believes we'll need him back. That won't be easy. But Adler left a name to follow. It's a good place to start.
Interesting safe house, though. Like, getting it in the middle of fucking Bulgaria.
No more wasting time. You know the plan. Savati Dumas, the person you're gonna meet. Still no idea why Adler was in contact with her, but a lead's a lead.
We can't trust her. I doubt if Adler did. Hell, for all we know, she's part of this fucking Pantheon thing.
Who can we trust? Dumas agreed to meet Case in Avalon, so we're doing this.
Well, well, well. Look at you putting your big boy pants on. Shouldn't we find Adler before making this call?
Well, that's exactly why I'm going to Munich to wine and dine your old friend.
Friend? Hardly. I can't stand the son of a bitch. But we need him. Sometimes you just gotta hold your nose.
If he's as good as you say he is, by the time Case gets back, we'll have located Adler.
If Livingston hasn't already stuffed him in a barrel.
Op details are up on the board, Case. I'm headed out, so hit me up soon if you need anything.
I've got a few ideas on how we can polish this turd of a safe house case. Let's talk when you have a minute.
Yep, color me interested. Do you have like a... Do you already have like an idea?
All right. What kind of life savings you got?
Nothing. I live day to day. Tomorrow's never guaranteed.
Attaboy. Carpe fucking diem. Well, guess what? If we're really doing this, we've got to get financially creative.
What the
This
fuck
place
do you
might have been
mean?
fine for Adler, but for a team, I'm thinking overhaul, an armory, place to train, gear bench, not to mention anything else we might end up needing. There's that won't be free though.
So how did you and Adler find this place
We were
anyway?
following an old KGB trail and a single recording led us here. Seemed abandoned. When we asked our mole inside the KGB about it, he knew nothing. Belikov thought maybe it was some kind of splinter group, not sanctioned by the Central Committee. Whatever it was, it doesn't look like a red stepped foot in here since 1968.
That's a depressing mantra. Look, the carpe diem is not meant to be like a, oh, don't, like, you know, don't think too much about the future. Carpe diem's original quotation is to seize the day. It's not meant to be a thing of, like, not planning for the future, but more of a case of, you know, kind of like Art of War. If fighting is to ensure victory, then you must fight, kind of thing. It's not meant to be an excuse for nihilism. It's meant to be a case of optimism of, if you can do something that will, like, help you now and in the future, you do it. That's the original, like, intentions of the Carpe Diem, is rather than, you know, fear of the future and fear of failure, it's, you know, a pursuit. Can we be sure Adler was here
I don't
alone?
think he wanted to get others involved. Looks like he was working on a trust list. As far as I could tell, he didn't contact anyone. That's probably why Adler was talking to Dumas, keeping it outside of Langley. We're gonna do the same, at least for now.
How much money do
Marshall
we
found
have?
a few grand stashed in one of the rooms upstairs. Other than that, we're starting fresh. No touching our own bank accounts either. Someone will be watching. When you're on a mission, look around for any cash lying around. You're gonna Robin Hood your way through this. Steal from the rich and give to the poor.
In the context, it's kind of sad. Well, to be clear, this fucking dude has probably gone through, like, what, 3 or 4 different life like, ending events? And what's more is, according to the timeline of, you know, the earlier missions of Black Ops 2, so the one set in the past, back in when they're trying to deal with, like, Fido Castrell, or whoever their, you know, alternative history equivalent is, he got his legs fucking blown off. Or he got shotgunned in the knees, at least, so they're, like, you know, fucked up. But apparently, like, at some point, like, during a zombie mission or something like that, one of the zombie rounds you can take, his legs are fine, and he just has the wheelchair as sort of like a, he's bored as fuck. But that's only until, like, that's only at, like, the 2000 plus kind of times.
The board behind me is how we'll track our spending.
And, yeah.
Give it a look.
So, he's not gonna... This guy, I don't think is gonna be walking anytime soon. But yeah, let's have a look at the acquisition desk. Any money found during missions can be used to build out 3 new stations in the safe house. Each will allow you to acquire operation perks, making you deadlier in the field.
Just tell me where you want to spend the cash, and I'll set it up.
Alright, so, clear out some space to build a small armory, tweak your weapons hit harder and boost precision. Convert part of the kitchen into a dedicated station for modifying the team's equipment. Build out a shooting range and drilling. I'm not, like, I feel like that one's more for practice. This one is for all extra shit. I'm gonna go with tried and true guns. Yep, so far so good. Nice. Alright, let's check out the weapon bench. Money found during missions can be used here to purchase new operation perks, boosting your combat skills, physical resistance, and equipment loadout. Some have an additional tier to advance them further. Okay, so money also gets us different perks. So the weapon bench can give us things such as the ammo shredder, swift sight, quick hand, steady stance, and carrying an additional magazine. Get more ammo from dropped weapons, increase penetration, reduce sway, reduce hip fire. The best. Oh, these are only for, like, multiplayer. Alright, but they get to, like, ridiculous amount of numbers, so clearly there's going to be a way of, like, getting more money. It's not like a... I don't think it's going to be, like, a limited thing. Let's see what Marshall has. I keep pressing E to talk rather than F.
What's going on, man?
Woods try to hit you up for cash yet?
9 years out and I'm still writing checks to Temple. Tell him to take a home equity loan out on this place.
How do you think Woods is dealing with all of this?
That's a tough motherfucker in there. Lost his legs in Panama, lost his best friend. Langley gave him a chance to help run ops, but between me and you, it's not in his blood. Man's a soldier. Killer. His current situation, maybe he feels like he's on the front line again.
Woods mentioned that this place might have been a KGB splinter group safe house.
Could explain why they haven't been back here. Maybe turn over some rocks when you have some time. Who knows what we might find in here.
You dig up anything else about the Pantheon?
So far, we've got nothing but Adler's homework. But he could be out of his mind. Whether he is or whether he isn't, those paramilitaries in Kuwait, they were the real deal. Well-armed, coordinated, motivated.
Do you believe Adler? The Pantheon is connected to Langley somehow?
Hell, man, I don't know. Seems hard to believe, but maybe I'm just naive. If Livingston's involved, he could have wanted Adler off the board, one way or the other.
You worried about Harrow's safety?
Worried? Jane's smart. Once Langley knows we've skipped town, she'll make excuses for us as long as possible. Until then, comms are gonna put a target on our head, so we'll wait for the time to be right, and then we'll regroup. Am I worried? No.
What else can you tell me about the person I'm meeting?
Just what we found in Adler's files. An assassin, maybe 30 years old, came from one of Avalon's crime factions, the Guild. Appears she was raised through the Guild and then exiled or left, don't know. Whatever it is, Adler was interested, so I am too.
What about the person in Munich you're about to meet?
Felix Newman's a former Stasi engineer and enforcer. Dude managed to crack the military branch of ARPANET a few years back, so I'm hoping he's got a sequel in him.
Alright.
You got it.
Alright, let's have a look around this place.
See you back here on Thursday.
Oh, we can go outside. Alright, so we got open water, but we don't exactly have an easy way to get down. Rough rock. Random ass garden. Alright. Walk-in fridge. I'm gonna be real with you. Woods is gonna fucking hate a walk-in fridge of all things. I don't know how people are gonna do. Well, maybe he'll like the walk-in fridge because then he'll be able to like roll in and, you know, look at stuff. Ooh, hello. Oh, okay. I'm guessing this is where the... Oh.
Daniel Livingston's been planning my retirement party for half a decade. He wants a youth movement inside the CIA. More creative and agile operatives, I recall him saying.
Yeah.
If he wasn't the one who framed me, he sure was eager to believe the pile of horseshit that landed on his desk. He can hunt me down as long as he wants. But he'd never think to look inside a former KGB safe house. Even if he knew it existed. See, Daniel? I can be creative too.
Look, I'm gonna be real. I feel like looking through... Like, the fact that there is a mission where you had to go to this safe house... this is gonna be like... This isn't gonna be the first place I will be real. First place people will look are direct connections. They're gonna look at your current residence, your previous residence, any family members or friends and such like that. This would be the second round of places people would look at because you had to go to this for a CIA mission. They're gonna most certainly want an update of like, you know, are you here for it and shit. October 17th, 1990. Can't figure out the purpose of this generator. The house has power, so what the hell is this for? November 2nd, 1990. Found a wadded up note in the other room and translated it best I could. This thing is too finicky. Turn on the autopilot with the fuel line fully open isn't working. Reason unknown. The boiler has a leak and it won't let the pilot light start. Best to fill the boiler with water once the flame is good and ready. Alright, so we need to turn on the pilot light when there isn't fuel in the line and make sure that the leak is fixed. Alright, so where the fuck is the... Alright. And then... Alright, hang on, what's this? I'm thinking this boiler might be providing power to a hidden part of the house we haven't found yet. Placed a black light upstairs if you want to do some investigation. M. Okay. Alright, so... Alright, so... So it needs to be on. Fuel line off. Pilot. No. Alright, so... This is gonna be an... Alright, so... There we go. And then we turn on the fuel line. So now the... Hello? Alright. The fuck did I just activate? Alright. No, okay, I thought there was gonna be like a second entrance to this basement. But yeah, like, come on, Woods, like, this is gonna be like the second round of places they're gonna be looking at, because it's like, you know, this was part of a mission. If this was like an off-the-books fucking thing, maybe then, but yeah, you just need someone being like, hey, didn't Adler, like, look up all this nonsense? Like, have to go through these, like, things? Spoke to Alawali again this morning. He's getting jumpy with rumors of an impending coalition strike. Couldn't get much more out of him this time. He did tease something about Pantheon elites. No real intel on this yet. Operators presumably something about unorthodox training and advanced field tech, stolen and or internally developed. Hassian is interested, but it's really something else he's after. Alright, cool. Alright. So they said somewhere upstairs. Oh, hello. He said he put a black light around? Like, hang on. Is it in the master bedroom? Like... I will be real with you. This is a fucking cool house, though. Like, it's fucking spacious as shit. But yeah, figured out about the generator, so that one's solved. But the question is what about... Oh, hello. You? No. Alright. I'm gonna... Knowing my luck, the generator is most... Oh, hello. Okay, so that doesn't do it. Alright, and it doesn't look like there's any notes. Unless, am I missing something from the generator? Okay, give me a second. I'm just opening up all the doors in this house. Don't mind me. That's the kitchen. Damn it, can't jump. Would have been great to jump. Alright, so... And yes, I'm going to be exploring the shit out of this place. Alright, so we got a motorcycle, that's kind of cool. Nope, can't go through the bushes. How's it going, little Incineroar? Why you gotta spray me? What did I do wrong? Also, does this give us, like, a way out onto the waters? No, it doesn't. Okay. Alright, back into the basement. Alright, so it's on. Pressure here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so it's not to do with that, unless we need to get something. Alright, so. Found it, wadded up, noted, and translated best I could. This thing is too finicky. Turning on the pilot with the fuel line fully open isn't working. Reason is unknown. The boiler has a leak and won't let the pilot light start. Best to fill the water once the flame is good and steady. Okay, so I had to have it at like a moderate level, hit the pilot while this was empty, and then I could like, you know, push it up to full. I'm thinking this boiler might be providing power to a hidden part we haven't found yet. Placed a black light upstairs if you want to do some investigating. Okay. Do I need to talk to you about the fact that I've gotten, like, the,
Like Marshall said, your mission details are on the board over there.
Yeah, cool. Here's the other thing as well, is I fixed the boiler. Wherever the fuck you... Oh, hello. Ah, okay. Use the black light to reveal hidden message. Alright, cool. So... Alright. So, let's head back downstairs. Wherever the... God damn. Okay. Oh, wait. No, there we go. Alright, so... Ding. Alrighty. So... Secret part of the house. Doesn't look like there's any... Alright, so nothing new there. Alright, so somewhere in this house, there's like something here. Alright, so... Yeah, so Adler went into here. And that takes us in elsewhere. Oh, cookie for Fizz! Oh my gosh, why? That should not happen. Sorry. I'm gonna need to refund you. Damn it, I can't refund you for the cookie. Hang on a second. Hang on a second, I am so sorry. Cookie should not be, enabled. Yeah, cookie should be enabled. Should be disabled. There we go. Why is the... Cookie, fish, bonk... Alright, there we go. Now it's... Yeah, alright. Now all the thingamajiggies is... Give me the imaginary cookie. I don't have the imaginary cookie to give you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright, so, fireplace? Nothing. Alright. Cap? Nope. No. 74%. This is... Alright. Hi there, Fizz. Thank you so much for joining in. I fixed up the boiler, which apparently, like, you know, turns something on. So right now I'm using, like, the black light to, like, look around, like, the different rooms and such, see if I can't find a little, like, something to help me out. So... Alright, so not that. So, because there's, like, several different rooms we can go through. And then this one was like a master bedroom of some sort. Hallway. Bottles, books. Alright, it doesn't look like there's a secret book on a bookshelf. So... Just random bottles. Alrighty, so it's none of that nonsense there. Now, there was, like, a separate building, which is through here, but we don't have the key for it. Or at least I'm thinking that's what we're needing, and we don't have. What you had... But yeah. So, yeah, because, like, there's, like, an entire fucking building or something that we've not gone into. Nope. So, yeah, so there's Adler's footprints. That's what led us to him, like, you know, doing the thing here. So there's scratches on the painting there. Maybe... Oh, hello. 3CN. Wait, what? No, that's not an N. That's like a... C3? No. So, 1... Oh, hello? 4... 5... Oh, here we go. Okay. Fuck. I don't... Is there anyone in the chat that knows Russian? So, because this is... So, So, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So yeah, because this is the middle C. So... something C. I want to say that's A. Don't know Russian. Fuck. Alright. So 5 is PE. 4 is... Is that what they're just telling me? Is like 3 is CN? So 3N is C. Zeebs is playing a first-person shooter? Yeah, Zeebs is playing a first-person shooter. It's a bit of an intense first-person shooter, so I can't use my 3D model. I have to, like, use the what's-a-moozy. Also, could you... Do you know Russian? Can you help me out here? So, like, are they just telling me that 3, 4, and 5? So 5 is PE, 4 is O, 1 is MN, 2 is... So, 1, 2, 3. Alright, so we gotta go... Alright, so 1 is equal to MN, 2 is equal to PE, 3 is equal to CN, 4 is equal to AO, 5... Wait, no, but we already got PE, didn't we? Yeah, 2 is PE, so, like, hang on. So... CN... So... 3, 4, 5... So, something 3, 4, 5, 1... Double-sided PA. Oh, is that the... Hang on. Only what I've learned from playing too much Stalker. Alright, so we've got... Oh, wait, hang on. So this is 5 PE. Maybe... So that's the AO there. No, there's... One of these is different. Like, because in the thingy-majiggy, like, we got PE here, but then we've got Theta... Oh, no, they're both PE. Okay, we need to find... Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3 is CN. So arrow goes up. 4 is AO. And then 5 again is PE. Nah, that ain't right. Alright. I know some Cyrillic, but not much. No, that's fair enough. Alright, so. You know what? I'm gonna open the notes app just so I can. Alright, so let me just make a new note. So 1 is apparently equal to MN. And then 2 is PE. I feel like one of these PEs is wrong, however, because so is PE. Body. So title. Ding. Black Ops 6 notes. Alright, so 1 is MM, 2 is PE, 3 was CN. Like, I'm pretty sure I put CN. MN is we. Okay. So, and then 4 was CN. So 4 was like AO. And then they put 5, however, as PE as well. But, like, this doesn't... Wait, is there... Hang on. Is there another one? Give me a second, give me a second. I'm just gonna... Crista. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... And we've got 7. So there's another 2 characters that we're missing somewhere. Is like D. So A, B, C, D. Yeah, no, so 4 is D. P-E-R is like an okay. Alright, so 2, 3, and then it does a jump to... Oh, wait, hang on. Let me just... Alright, so this is where... So it was pointing up here. No. I thought there was gonna be another, I thought there was gonna be, like, you know... 6 and 7 were gonna be up there, but I guess not. So yeah, so because this is the keys here. So you got so this could be any number. CN, so this is 3. This is 4. This is 2 or 5. Followed by 1, something or other. Alright, so thing, so something 3, alright, so ding ding, alright, so something 3, 4, and then 2 or 5, 1, blank, and then... Wait, so this is like F? A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, so this might be 6 then. So 6, perhaps? Alright, and then C-O pi B. That makes me think it's like talking about like G sharp, but I can't press any of the sharps or the flats here. Alright, so phonetically it's like an F. Yeah, no, so F is here. But yeah, hang on a sec, so let me just exit. Just got it. Alright, so 3, 4, 2, 1, 6. Alright, I'm gonna try 3, 4, 2... Wait, nope, I did it incorrectly. 4, 2, 1, 6. 3, 4, 5, 1, 6. I don't know how their music is annotated. No, fair enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so there's 7 letters here. Or like there's 7. They're grouped in 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one makes me think it's one thing entirely. But the problem is that we've got PE that was utilized in 2 different areas. So we've got PE down here and PE over here. When did COD become a puzzle game? Black Ops. Or the zombie games. Uh-oh. Wait, why am I getting a call? Nope, never mind. It got resolved. Okay, I need... Nope, never... Like, what is... Monitoring. Hang on. Nope. Sorry. If you get a call, you can ignore... Okay, cool. But yeah, the COD zombies apparently always had, like, a crazy fucking puzzle to them and shit, so... Yeah. No, there was always something fucky. Alright, so... 4... And then 5. So this must be the end of the puzzle. So it'll only show us 5. So... Alright. Something 3, 4, 5, 1, 6. So 3, 4. Alright, so maybe... I want to say this is like a... So that's an F. Which would be here. You know what? Let's... 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 6, 7. Nope. 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 6, 7. One, 3, 4, 2, 6, 7. 1, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, no, because this is 1, so it can't. Okay, so it can't be. So it can't be 1. It could be either. So it could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 6, 7. How you doing today? Hi there, big DJ. I'm trying to solve this. All right, so here we go. So, do you know any Cyrillic? Because we got 1 equals MN, 2 equals PE, 3 equals C crazy N, and then it, like, you know, does a little jump here. Maybe I'm missing something on the chairs, perhaps? No. Four is AO. 5, but here's the thing is 5 PE and 2 PE. Like, these are, like, I feel like one of these has to be wrong. So yeah, because, like, Woods was definitely doing something here. I need to find another note. I need to find another note to, like, you know, do a clarification on 2 versus 5, because, like, that's kind of fucking up my day right now, is the fact that Adler's fucking writing. I can't... It does... So is it do, re, mi, fa? Like, I think it's supposed to be in some regard, because here's the thing, is, like, on this keyboard here, This is middle C. So then obviously A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And then you're back over to A, B, C. So like anytime you see like these, like, I did piano before, so maybe this is like, it might be doing me a problem with that kind of information, but I'm fairly certain that this is the order of the operation, is like A, B, C, D, and so yeah, and so it does, but it also gives us like the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and so 1 is, so there's 1, 2 or 5 is here, and then 4, 3, we don't know what this character is, and we don't know what that character is. I keep pressing escape instead of F. Where the fuck? Where? Oh, I guess you already fucked off. Okay. Sis wants me to take her wants me to take her to the mall. Yeah, no, fair enough. IRL takes priority, I always say. Like, there isn't exactly a... So M to PE does MN, and then PE could either be 2 or 5. So this one could be a 6, or this one could be a 6. So if we go 6, 3, 4, 5, 1, 7. Or, because yeah, apparently that one has a fa to it, so maybe maybe this one is the 6. So then 1, 6, something or rather. So if we work our way backwards, so unknown 6, 1. Yeah, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's like so there's 7 notes up here and 7 keys we can press. Why do you have to be the same as 2? 3 goes to CN. I'll figure it. I'll probably figure it out after another mission. I'll see more Russian or something or rather, and I'll be good to go. All right. So, Wood says he doesn't trust Zvati Dumas, but he says that about everyone else too. It might be rubbing off on me. Just do whatever you need to do in Avalon to bring her into the fold. Investigate a Pantheon lead in Avalon while helping Zvati complete her mission. Alrighty.
Adler didn't leave much intel on Savati Dumas, but I could tell you a thing or two about Avalon. It's a playground for the filthy rich, and crime factions run the whole city. Everyone's looking for who to push off the slide. When they pick a target, they hire someone like Savati. She used to be part of the Guild, one of the most powerful Avalon factions, but now she freelances. Savati said that Adler hired her to follow a Pantheon trail. So you're gonna join her on that job tonight. We want to see firsthand where that trail leads. Maybe we'll even add some muscle to the team. You'll scratch her back, but sure as hell watch your own. Trust has gotta be earned.
I need to move you over here so that I don't get it blocked. Back over into here. I'll figure out that puzzle. Who knows? Maybe we'll get like a extra piece of information that's gonna tell us, oh wait, hang on, we fucked up. up on like the 2 or the 5. Because yeah, that 2 or 5 really fucks me over because because like one of them could be wrong. Alright. 9 o'clock.
Hello, Case. Check under the phone booth.
Alright. Yannick.
His name is Yannick, a broker for the Guild. He'll be on his yacht tonight taking a call with the Pantheon. We'll be listening in. Once that call is finished, you'll finish Yannick. That'll draw the target I really want. But first things first.
Where are you?
Close enough to know if you screw this up.
What should I know about Yannick?
Traffics in weapons, narcotics, women, whatever pays. Rumor has it the Pantheon wants a relationship with the Guild. So Yannick is testing the waters. It's only our first domino. The real fun starts after we knock him down and get access to the target I really want. Johannes Edi.
Where do I find?
On that church offers an open view of Yannick's yacht. He's throwing a party while his men count money in the church. Let's see what you're made of, Case. Get to the bell tower. I don't care how. Quiet, loud, just get there.
As always, stealth. Oh, I could have used the throwing knife. Goddamn.
Once we listen to Yannick's call and confirm a Pantheon lead for Adler, I'm declaring open season on the Guild. They have it coming. I should know. I used to work for them.
Why did you stop working for them, though? Crime families don't usually have, like, a good, push the body into the river. It didn't give me the option, I'll tell you that much. Crime families don't normally have, like, you know, a worthwhile retirement plan, so, you know.
I never cared for Yannick's parties when I was with the Guild, though they were good practice in how to blend into a scene. Any girl who caught Yannick's eye was in for a long night. Well, let's cut his short.
Quintet.
I'm counting money in the church, which means I can get money from the church. Fuck you.
Windows are open. Could climb up to the second floor. Access to the bell tower is on the second floor behind the ground floor. good to meet Dead Case.
They sit. Where's the money? Nice. Bell tower key, thank you. Ooh, yes please.
Case, the job's not done.
Just need to count more money. Nice. Money, armor, always good. And of course this game has like money. So we got throwing knives. Alright.
Party won't go all night. Get to that bell tower.
I don't know. Parties go on for a long while. Let me just have my little look around and see. Go. Alright.
Yannick's expecting a call from Pantheon any minute. Remember, Case, don't pull the trigger until we hear his call. We need to confirm any connection to Pantheon. Yannick's near the umbrella, upper deck left side, surrounded by girls.
Got your advance. My boys are still counting it.
It's all there.
Remember, this deal is one and done, huh? Don't need to get mixed up with the CIA or your Pantheon thing.
You'll send the hardware tonight, understand?
That's not what we agreed to.
Tonight, Yannick. Don't test me.
So the Pantheon and the CIA are connected somehow. We got what we need. Take the shot.
Please no drop. Please no drop. Please no drop. And nice.
Woods was right. You are a good shot. Yannick was just our first domino. We have more work to do tonight. Head back towards the payphone. I'll pull up in a white van. Guards inbound. Word on Yannick got out.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a better exit than what you left me with, to be honest with you. Thank you. Can I drop from here? No. There's a staircase over there.
Quick, Case, get to the van.
Past the canals.
My knife.
Deal with the guards and get to the van.
Yeah, I just need it. Thank you. Where did my gun go? There we go.
You're in the clear case.
There we go.
Let's go, Case.
Who the fuck was he?
Hey, turn it down. That's Gabriel up there. He's cool. They called an emergency meeting at Chateau de la Haute Lune. 3 guild leaders will be in attendance to smooth things over with Pantheon. I want to get paid, so we're going to crash that party. Chateau de la Haute Lune! Let's go! The guild will lock the restaurant down and meet in a safe room on the 2nd floor. Door can only be unlocked from the inside. You're gonna help me get that door open.
Am
a few
I?
minutes out yet. Just enough time to get changed.
Alright, so we're gonna go even stealthier than last time from the sounds of it.
It's for guild security. Personally, I want these guild bastards dead. Pantheon's the icing on the cake for me. This is my stop. Get to the safe room's antechamber on the 2nd floor. An alarm will go off. That's okay. The guild doesn't know you. So your best option is to surrender and play along. When you get inside, wait for my cue.
You're not gonna tell me. Oh, you're not gonna tell me what the cue is. Cool. Johannes Asadi is big balls, very big. Can't miss him. Crown jewels of crime family, being there forever. Guild will pay attention if he gets killed. Must kill tonight. Amanita Sai, Asadi's deal maker. Trap clients in the fine print, violent in nature, second-hand honcho. No Amina, no deals. Finally, we got Muscle. Omar Sagir is the Muscle. He's a guard dog, like a Doberman on steroids. Take multiple builds for the boss to prove loyalty. Should put to the test. Alright, so we don't want to get into a shootout with the Muscle. Let's have a look. So, this deals with her high. Front door has lots of guards. Alley to the left has a vent access to crawl into the antechamber. Alley to the right gives you a kitchen entrance, which could be less loud. I keep pressing F on things. The safe room is the Kingpin's Fortress. At present, club for guild, bigwigs to smoke a cigar. In the future, it will be a funeral parlor. Cool. Alright. Number 1. Have any throwing knives? Alright.
The guild is meeting Pantheon right now. Get inside and find the safe room.
Alright.
Of all the guild assholes meeting tonight, Sadie is the biggest. If we can't get him, consider me a no for your little club.
Thank you. Signal weak. What the fuck? Need you to open this door for me, please. Why don't... Come on, it's a bathroom. I should be able to open these doors.
Case, I'm nearly in position. Get to the antechamber.
Yeah, no, cool. Give me a minute. Is there a way for me to hide my gun? No.
Got rats up there?
The only rat I see is standing.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
On a un allié mort au combat.
Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's put this body. Let's move you into the corner. I wish I could, like...
The safe room is upstairs.
Yeah, I know. Thank you for cash. Damn it, I don't have the code. 2610. Nope, that's not the code there. Follow the radio until it shows a strong response, then search for the source. Once found, turn the dials to match the amplitude and frequency of both forms. Cool.
Case, I'm nearly in position. Get to the antechamber.
0, 7, 6, 1.
0761. 0761.
7, 6, 1.
Nice. Oh, and that gives us an energy bucket. I need to get upstairs as soon as I can.
Case, get to the antechamber. Trip the alarm. I'll be ready.
If something goes down and we're caught drinking.
Drop your weapon. Put your hands on the glass.
Alright.
Pull the lever, Gronk.
Surrender your weapon.
Hi there, Maurice. Welcome to the stream. I absolutely love your streams, by the by. Love your character.
Stay quiet. Play low.
All right. We did some stealthy. We're breaking into
Wait
someplace.
for my signal, not before.
Timetable's moved up. I want that shipment sent tonight.
You CIA types are all the same. And this one? Troublemaker.
What's going on in there?
We have a visitor. Walked right into the lion's den. Alone.
Uninvited.
Maybe this one works for a rival, huh? Or maybe Pantheon is trying to squeeze us.
We came to you, Sadie.
We learn the truth one way.
Nope.
Or another.
Show me your visitor.
Go ahead.
Well, look at that. You're a long way from home, Case. This man is extremely dangerous. Kill him immediately.
Aminado.
There we go. All right. Muscle. Oh, I needed to kill everyone, not like the circumstances of your death will remain classified. Noted. Fine. All right, let's do a sweep. Let's do. Come on, let me get my gun up. 1, 2, 3. Just in case. Oh, money.
Don't even recognize me.
Oh, hell yeah, Kimbos. Let's go.
They have guns! Everyone clear out! Seguir and his men will make this easy. The Sadie pays top dollar for meat shield. Idiots!
Oh, probably should have put like a thingy-majiggy on. But yeah, how is it going, Maris T? Hopefully I'm saying your name correctly.
Everyone clear out! The Sadie pays top dollar for meat shields. Idiots! We're losing a Sadie! Keep pushing!
Yeah, what do you think I'm trying to do? Oh, thank Christ, the shotgun is actually working like a shotgun IRL.
Send in more men! We must protect the city!
Ah, damn it, I pressed the side button thinking that was my, melee. It is not my melee. Hang on a second. Ding. Keyboard and mouse. Keybinds. What is my melee button? Fire, aim down sights is the right trigger or using the right weapon. Next weapon is scrolling. Firing mode is B. Melee. Okay, so melee is the bumper button. Okay. I just, you know, was an idiot.
Send in more men! We must protect the Sadie!
Damn it. Oh, did I get it? Yes, I did. Cool. So, blades are an insta-kill. Ow. Good news. Knives are instantaneous regardless of the health. Nice. Oh, I have to do this again.
Send in more men! We
not interested. There we go. This map is making me hungry. You can eat. I'm not stopping you.
We must protect the Sadie!
Alright, move over to the other side. There we go. Oh.
I like my chances. Shoot them!
That just leaves the Sadie.
Excuse me while I swap over to something a little more appropriate.
Where is the Sadie? Check the street! Limo's coming down the street! Shoot!
Oh, okay. So I need to shoot sooner than that. Never mind.
Where is the Sadie? Check the street! Limo's coming down the street! Shoot!
There we go. Got him. Oh, cool. We are confirming kill. Nice.
Burn in hell, Sadie. Ready. You more than kept her under the barking case.
Hang on a second.
Whenever you're ready, Case.
Alright, so no secret thingy-majiggies here. I got most of them. Picked up some money, got 1,000 thingy-majiggies from the safe. So far, so good. Alright.
Let's hope he isn't right about their mystery weapon.
What mystery weapon?
Maybe it's time you take me to this safe house of yours.
Stretching!
Got word from Case.
Ugh.
Savati Dumas agreed to join us at the Rook, so we're 2 for 2. I'm returning from Munich with Felix Newman. Newman's cut from a different cloth, a brutal Stasi enforcer and a tech genius. He used to be a pain in the CIA's ass. That was before he gave the middle finger to the Stasi and defected to West Germany. Newman claims he's moved on from a life of violence and doesn't even arm himself anymore. But one way or the other, he couldn't turn down a chance to stick it to the CIA once again. He'll get that opportunity soon. He's gonna try to break into Langley's network and find out where they're holding Russell Adler.
Oh boy.
Still haven't warmed up to that salve yet, but hey, at least we didn't get killed in our sleep.
I am curious, like, what the fuck was she doing where she no longer is with them?
Already got something.
Alright. So yeah, so 5PE 400. This is what bothers me, is just like how they have PE in 2 and 5. So like something 3, 4, 2, 5. 1, maybe 6, 7. That's it, because we got 1 to 5 done, but 5 and 2 are the same thing. 1, 2, 3 different characters. A, B, C, D, E, F. This is new. Hi there, Bookie. Hey, Bookie. You know Cyrillic? Do you know what the fuck this is? Because, like, there's this. So it's like 1 is the MN, 2 is the PE, 3 is the CN. There's nothing in this corner here, so we kind of have to, like, you know, turn here to go to there, to go to 4, which is something AO, and then 5 is PE again, but that doesn't make sense considering 2 is already PE. Though we do see on here that there's PE and, like, Theta A. Couldn't help with that puzzle, especially Russian. Nah, fair enough. Yeah, annoying. Bear. Alright. So, check gear station. Nothing new in this room. Alright, so they're not doing any edits into the room. Alright, what kind of perks can we get at the gear station? Increase the number of armor slots to 2, and increase reserve to 4. Sure. Adrenaline Rush. The homing knife does 50% more explosive damage. Enemies hit by the disruptor are stunned for longer. Carry additional expendable equipment. Refill ammo and health after performing takedowns on elites. Refill armor plates to full with 2 plates instead of 3. Pick up nearby armor plates automatically. Can insert armor plates one-handed. Cook grenades no longer explode in your hand. Then over at the weapons bench, reload 15% faster. And let's increase the damage to armored enemies. There we go. Yeah. No clues in this kitchen. Do you plan on playing the other game modes? Yeah, I don't think I will play them on stream, personally speaking, but I will definitely play them. Because I know you're interested in the zombie modes and such, right? Alright, so something 3, 4. I feel like this is a, like, 3, 4, 2, 1, maybe that's 7, 6? So, 1, 7, 6, so maybe that's 5, 3, 4, 2, so nah. Can we do a zombie gaming session, please? Please. Alright, hang on. Alright, check in with you.
Case.
How much do you know about Pantheon?
Not many rumors in Avalon get past me. One involved this group you're after. Supposedly, the Pantheon is in bed with one of the factions, but I don't know who. Adler thought it might be the Guild, but that doesn't appear to be the case. Whoever it is, maybe it'll be clear in time.
That job in Avalon seemed personal for you.
The Guild took me in as a child. an orphan on the streets of Morocco. They became my family and provided a vision for what I could become. A weapon. I was happy to protect them, to kill for them. Until one day they betrayed my trust. That was it.
How were you betrayed?
Someone died because of me. Undeservedly. That's all I feel like saying about that. Sure.
That's all for now. Sup?
Ah. If you are looking for your camera, I'm afraid you've come to the right place. My apologies for not informing you in advance.
What are you doing to it?
Just a few modifications. Primarily, the addition of a miniaturized RF transmitter, and, of course, a more powerful battery. It won't last forever, but it should be sufficient for our purposes.
Is that my tape recorder?
Oh, this. Fortunately, it contains the exact electret condenser microphone I need. I found it in that pile over in the corner.
You mean my stuff?
Why does the camera need a transmitter?
Because, my friend, I do not intend to get these hands dirty during our trip abroad. I can, however, by means of this camera, provide an extra pair of eyes and ears. No. It is a work in progress.
Aren't your hands already dirty?
My reputation has preceded me. I can assure you, my journey has taken many unexpected and, dare I say, unpredictable turns.
When I got to this part, she wasn't there immediately, so the files just started moving on their own.
Sounds foolish to me.
Well,
a person with nothing to lose has nothing to protect.
What else did you learn from cracking the CIA's network?
Oh, so many fascinating things. The information your agency keeps on foreign assets is remarkable. Take our own Savati Dumas, for example. Truly riveting material.
And I believe you have a flair for the dramatic. They have nothing on me. What did you find?
Perhaps some other time.
What do you have on me?
Yes. You also quite the curiosity, aren't you? CIA assassination training. Ooh. No doubt. You and Miss Dumas will enjoy trading grim tales over coffee.
Maybe I underestimated you.
Now, if you don't mind, I must delay no further. Marshall expects a way into that black site, and I shall not disappoint.
Sounds interesting. Just gonna... Gas. Alright, so this thing is just running on its own. Alright, so Alright, so the possible numbering is... So something 342516. I think there's a secret passage you can open with the correct key inputs. That is the idea. To clue you in, Bookie. So 1 is MN, and then we move over to here, and we can see 2 is PE. And then it tells us to keep on moving. 3 is CN. and so we keep on moving, but there's nothing on this wall, as we can see here. There's nothing on the table, the chairs, the bookshelves on that side or on this side. Nothing on this, nothing on that, nothing on the couch, nothing on the phone. But we get an arrow here, and this leads us to 4, which is like the AO thing. And then we get to 5, but that's another PE, which we've already seen over at 2, which is rather interesting. So, and they obviously, like, you know, lead up with this board. Now, interestingly enough, this is C, so A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like, this is a normal, like, you know, keyboard scale. So, like, and this is Cyrillic. That, I feel like, is just quite simply C. That could be D, because, like, you know, 3 to 4, so 3, 4. Then we got PE over here, which could be 2 or 5. Then we got MN, which is 1, so that's A. And then we got PA here, which someone told me is like F, or it sounds like F. So phonetically it could, so, wait, do, re, mi, fa, no, it wouldn't be fa. So PE would be do, re, mi, fa. And then it's like CO and B. So it's possible that it could be something 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. All right, so let's try. So the possibilities. So we already have a 1. So the numbers we're missing are 6 and 7. So it could be a 6, 3, 4, 5. So 6, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. And then last number is 7. Or it could be 6, 3, 4, 2, 1, 5, 7. And if that's not correct, then we could swap to a 7, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 6, or a 7, 3, 4, 2, 1, 5, 6. So we've got like 4 different sequences. All right, so let's try this. So nope. Nope. No. So that doesn't seem right. Woods must have written one of these incorrectly, quite frankly. Alright. So we already did the blood feud. So we did Bishop's take rook to the blood feud. I love how they think Pantheon is gonna be this guy. Most wanted. Thanks to Felix, we learned that Livingston threw Adler into the black site under the streets of DC. Not a place you'll find in a tourist guide. Hell, we just bought him in. And now we gotta go and break him out. Joy.
A branch of the DC tunnel system houses the black site, which according to the schematics that I borrowed, has an entrance directly beneath Capital Station.
The black site holding Adler is secured by a retinal scan. We won't have access. At least not anymore. We have an opportunity, though, if we move fast. This Saturday night, the station is hosting a political event. Take it, Felix.
Interestingly, one of the event's attendees, a Senator Jack McKenna, has security clearance to the black site. We only need a high-resolution image of his eyes to get past the retinal scanner. I'm working on something for that.
So we're gonna show up to this fundraiser, get what we need from the senator, then grab Adler from the black site before anyone knows what's happened.
Sounds simple enough. Don't you think?
William Calderson. Alright. That puzzle is gonna annoy me for a while, I'm gonna be real with you.
Camera actually works.
Sometimes I surprise even myself.
Let's just hope Seb and Case can get the retinal scan.
You're going through a lot of trouble to rescue this Adler fellow.
You're telling me.
Image received on our end, Case. Audio's coming in clean. Ball is yours.
You're stepping into my world now, Case. I say Jeff Buck. Go to Jeff Buck for the Washington Telegraph. Don't make any waves. You'll get through security, no problem.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, Governor Clinton, February 2nd, 1991, meeting the future.
Keep moving, please. Evening. Things are starting to wrap up in there, just so you know. Enjoy.
Have a good night. Hi, I was just on my way out. I don't know why you're here exactly, but you need to be very, very careful. Langley has assembled a team to track the three of you down, and they may even have eyes here tonight. If you are spotted, forget about suspension. Livingston will literally bury you alive.
Yeah.
So it's great to see you. We'll catch up soon.
Keep with the plan. Find Seth.
There you are. Come join me at table 14.
Take a seat. Do I look the part? Just another business tycoon's trophy wife.
Jesus, you
Senator's
changed
on
it quite
stage
easily.
now. Use your camera to get a better look. See the man speaking to Governor Clinton? Say hello to Senator McKenna. The senator isn't giving interviews tonight, and he doesn't go anywhere without his security detail. So the easy option is off the menu. Here, take this.
Several possible locations, that's okay.
I've done some scouting. Marked a few leads that could help get him isolated and get you close enough to do the retinal scan. Take your pick.
His wife got into here and she hasn't been here since. Talk to her at the bar to see if she can leverage the fight. Someone slipped a note when he arrived. He glanced at it and then slipped in his coat pocket. I heard him said he's looking forward to the credit moving. Alright, let's go for that one.
Got any questions? Now's the time to ask. I'll tell you what I can.
Who's this Armato guy?
He's what you Americans would call a fixer. Cleans up messes for one of New York City's 5 families. I've done work for him in the past. He's been surveilling the senator since I got here. Not in a friendly way. Maybe you can find out why. Come to a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Why did you circle the coat
When
check?
the senator arrived, the waiter passed him a note. Whatever's on it put McKenna in a real bad mood. He crumpled the note and shoved it in his coat pocket right before he checked in. If we get our hands on that note, I bet we could use whatever's on it to our advantage.
And McKenna's wife?
Senator McKenna seems to be having domestic troubles. Had a fight with his wife when he got here. Lots of smiling through gritted teeth. She stormed off. Hasn't spoken to him since. Just been drowning her troubles at the bar. Maybe you should lend her a sympathetic ear.
I'll figure something out.
The floor
I'm
is
not
yours,
exactly...
Jesperk.
Tag enemies.
Don't you think having an air of authority is important? Clinton would be running a country, not a convenience. The whole situation's a mess, if you ask me. How you think 1 point? It's not our one. Get it? I wouldn't if I hadn't seen it. If you'd asked me before the game, I would have said the Giants.
Did you see that girl's testimony?
I'll say this about him. He does support smaller governments.
Last time I checked, we're in a recession.
Mild one at best. Feel it in the air, can't you? Very nice.
I'll distract the attendant. Look for a navy overcoat, gold buttons. I'll make sure you aren't interrupted.
Sorry, I was just a little on your coat. No, I want to talk to you. You do? Are you not allowed to?
What's taking so long, Case? Not sure how much more of Sev's small talk I can take.
Of course. One
Excuse
moment.
me. We were in the middle of a conversation. You can't just barge in on us.
Okay. Jeez. Sorry.
Where were we?
We think you'll find it in your best interest to reconsider our offer. Wouldn't want us to ruin your career. Page a meeting. Meeting LOC. Don't keep emailing.
Lee
Grisham.
Grisham, head of security for Alderain Energy. He's ex-Navy, SEAL Team 6.
We've got to find this guy.
According to his file, he wears glasses with one dark lens. Take his picture, and I'll confirm identity.
Grisham might be our way to McKenna.
Alright, time to find a person.
Wasn't I so close to winning the Westminster County?
Nothing yet on my end.
Is that a joke? Is that the name of the part of the job description? I'm sure.
A quarter.
Ah, yes. It feels different if you're standing in St. Peter's. Make a wicked old-fashioned. All I'm saying
For a white Russian.
Dude, how is it hard trying to find a dude with glasses?
Talking about the person. I'm talking about the place. St. Peter's Square.
Still no sign.
Isn't that right?
Glasses with one darkened lens. Okay.
He's much too shy. Maybe you can.
I'll stick to cherry pie tonight. It's more American. There's nothing more American than a political scandal. Ain't much to complain about. This is in 84.
Front, please. Got eyes on him. Near the auction kiosks.
The First Amendment protects against government censorship. That's the whole point.
You found him. Lee Grisham, no doubt about it.
Public morals vary by state. But the dancing in question was no.
He just checked his pager. Grisham left through one of those doors, near the guard.
Code word 2704665. So 2 is M, 7 is C. Oh, wait, no. M, C, Okay. E. N. N. A. McKenna. Alright. The senator bid a fortune on an antique clock.
What's so special about that clock? Have a look at it, Case. Shouldn't be hard to find. Only one place it can be, and that's the auction hall.
Ah, okay. No, so. Can I pull you into here, I wonder? I don't exactly do a last checkpoint thing.
He knows good and well how deep Aldrain's pockets go. He just paged me a location.
Jackpot. Grab that pager, Case.
I'll head there momentarily. Just want him to sweat a while. Not a problem, sir. If we lean on him enough, he'll tip over. That's what we have leverage for. Uh-huh. Yeah. But if he does prove unreceptive, do you want me to send a message? Got it. I'll get it done.
God damn you. Alrighty. Grisham is down. Last pager message says 0117312 blah 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 blah.
Give me a moment to translate. There. It says Diner Kitchen 5 minutes. Checking the blueprints. Looks like there's a diner in the West Hall. Good luck with the retinal scan. Stepping out now for a wardrobe change.
We got a problem. Some friends of ours from the CIA just showed up. If they see you, Case, it's game over. So watch your ass.
Fuck you.
The senator's in the back of the diner. Don't keep him waiting, Case.
Heads up. You're not Grisham.
Have a seat.
Nice camera. You some kind of a reporter? So, what's your angle?
I work for Alderan Energy. Christian was the introduction.
Another corporate
I'm here to
stooge.
close the deal.
There is nothing your rich kids club can offer that I don't already have or can't get on my own.
This isn't a negotiation. Be a
fucking
team player or we'll ruin your career.
How's this for a threat? Either your boss backs off, or I start backing every energy regulation bill that reaches my desk. Let's send this app home with a party favor to remember what we talked about tonight. Something ugly to look at in the mirror. Boys, it's all yours.
Ah, fuck. Come on, look up.
Zoom out. Zoom out. Scan is good. Nice work, Case. Time to get to the roof. That's how we'll reach Adler.
Cash.
I marked the roof stairwell on your map. Take a look.
The mechanical room on the roof is your access point to the restricted elevator shaft. It will take you all the way down to the black site.
There we are. They twinkified my Grant? No, Seth, this is just the normal level. You can hyper himbo me. This is just how Insom drew me with, like, out being, like, super muscular. At one point, I'll try and have a different level. Also, hi there, Seth. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I am doing some stealth nonsense in Black Ops 6 because I said, fuck it, I want to play Black Ops tonight. Or not tonight, today.
Still smell that deli, though.
Oh, don't start about Monroe's. I haven't eaten since 4.
I hear you.
Almost thought that was one of our guys, but okay. Oop.
Hey, when we switching to the floor? Freezing my balls off up here. Good luck with that. I think we're stuck up here. Cold and bored.
Keep low and stick to the shadows.
Hey, you got one for me?
Another one? I think you smoked half my pack, buddy.
Yeah, well, I'm quitting tomorrow.
There's the door. Alright, here we go.
We're almost there.
Inside the mechanical room, you see a wall-mounted hatch. That's the elevator shaft.
There we go. How's it going, Seth? Uh-oh.
Put your hands up, slowly. Got a 1014 and R1, requesting backup.
10-4.
Now just stay calm and no one's gonna get hurt.
Do we have a problem here?
Sir, I just found...
Why don't you just let us know? That's one hell of a hit.
Not taking any chances.
10-23. Backup's on the way.
1022 that. It's taken care of.
Copy that.
The bag's for you, Case. You're underdressed.
Cool. Alright. Suit up! Arrgh!
There we go. Man.
I'll keep watch until I hear from you two.
Alright.
Have fun down there.
Remember, clean and quiet, no one gets hurt. Get in, get Adler, get out.
Alright. No promises. Although I can't see shit, I hope you realize.
Here we go. No turning back now. Hit the scanner, Case.
I modified the infrared image to highlight the capillaries in the Senator's retina. It should have just enough resolution.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh. When did they get?
Please help. They jumped me during shift change. Knew our schedule somehow. Started shooting.
Must be Pantheon. We can do this loud or quiet. I'll use that security room to see what we're up against. If you want to go in guns blazing, I got your back.
Major situation ahead. Multiple targets, hostages. Be careful. Tango's in the room to your left. That silencer should come in handy.
Running out of patience. Unless you want to eat, you better start talking.
The only person with access to the mainframe is the site administrator.
So where is he?
Over there. You shot him.
Fucking hell.
Nice and quiet. Keep it up.
Oh,
I'd
look,
avoid that main
CDs.
room if I were you.
Noted. Alright, let's see if there's any other movements on the floor above us.
I can't break it. Don't.
Careful, Case.
Starting to get the picture yet? Don't be a hero. Copy. Heroes die. Check it out. Copy that. Find out what's going on. Report if you find out.
Am I crazy?
Nope, you're not crazy. You're just terrible at your job. Alright. Well, he's gonna be a...
Hold your position. You've got company.
Was it just me?
Did you see that?
Copy that.
Check that out.
Hello.
Hi there, Crash.
Heads up, I see a bunch of shit blocking the door ahead of you. Find a way around. I'll head to your position now. When you're on the other side, clear the barricade.
Into the number key to unlock the black light. Can you
Hey, let me through.
Alright, so 0624.
Try the room on the left.
Four isn't used? Oh, you bastard. There we go. Bastard.
Look for anything that could get you to the other side. Maintenance shafts, vents, whatever.
Yep. Clever. You look different. Yeah, so the game is a little bit resource intensive. Sneak through the black site without being detected and most wanted. Nice. The game is a bit intensive on like graphic and visuals, so I've had to go for the PNGTuber to help like reduce my workload and what have you.
The list. Real names.
I'm at the door, Case. Waiting on you.
Hey, what about the guy we're after? Let's see. Adler. Huh. Nothing. This guy's a ghost. Won't matter anyway once we kill the fucker.
Where you at, Case?
Sit rep. All quiet. Copy that. Over there.
Can I jump you? That's the question.
Nothing yet.
Oh, let me jump you. Let me jump.
Anything else? Well, what contact? Someone's here! Fire! I got you! One's hit! Got one moving up!
Now it's on.
Damn it. Alright, so. Death hinders your ability to complete your mission. Does it now? News to me.
Damn.
What'd you find?
The list. The list. Real names and cover names.
Jackpot.
Hey, what about the guy we're after? Let's see.
I'm at the door, Case. Waiting on you.
Copy that. Someone's here!
Now it's on.
Alright, assault rifle, brush tranquilizer trap.
One's advanced! Enemy
Alright, I'm gonna need to swap the, hang on a second, because I just realized, so it's using my bottom side button, not my top side button of the, so give me a second, so this one needs to be 5, so remove from chance, slide and dive, so we've now changed it to Alright, so moving... Chain... So, this one needs to be the 4. There we go. Nice. Alright. Although, color me curious. Is there anything I'm missing around in this area? Any cash? Man, this black site is kind of schmanchy with the dining. Oh, hey. Those are some very big donuts. And then, yep, we got a pool table. My god, this place... Why do the black sites, like, why do they make them as, like, such a great place to live in, when it's, like, normally a black site should be budget restrained all to heck? Alrighty, adrenaline stim. Nah, let's go flashbang. Throwing knife. Homing knife, let's go. Fuck is this? Where the fuck are you been?
Damn, that's a lot of door. And Adler's on the other side. Felix, you sure if we fry the power box, it'll pop the locks?
Assuming these schematics are accurate, yes.
And let's see if your high-tech toy is up to the task. Bust out that bomb on wheels case. You trick this lowrider out with anything else?
I did install a short-range taser. Not very powerful, but strong enough to stun.
Case, look. Adler, in the cell.
What was that? Think they got rats down here.
What was that? Found an enemy.
You spotted. Step on it.
You see where they went? Got an enemy here. You're in the open. What's hit?
Alright, so... I don't know where to go with this box thing.
What was that? Think they got rats down here.
The power box is on the far wall to the right of the door. Look for a red light.
What was that?
What was that?
Think they got rats down here.
Copy.
Copy. Go find it. Check it out and report back.
The power box is on the far wall to the right of the door. Look for a red light.
Copy that. You got it. Nothing. Just heard something. Back we go.
Copy that. Check on him. You find anything, let me know.
Load a box case.
Got a visual?
Help me out. Go, go, go.
Thank you for some money.
Easy, Adler. We're here to help.
Guess Wood's got my message.
The old man says you're worth it. Better be right. Seth, we got the prize.
Good. Now get out. Fast. We've got party crashers up here.
Great.
Pantheon storming Capital Station. They're coming for you.
Now what? Elevator shaft the only way out. Backup's got a ride waiting for us.
Who the hell is that?
Yeah, one of their elites. He's throwing crap. You see?
Seriously, what's...
Hopefully that was the worst of it.
Time to go with some guns blazing.
Out of my way. Take cover.
After you, Adler. How's that feel?
Like progress.
Nice.
Up through the service hatch. You two first. I'll give you a boost. You first, Adler.
Can I keep the weapon?
Come on, Case.
Hopefully I'm gonna be able to keep the minigun through this.
Easier coming down. Here. Almost home free.
Why did I know there was going to be an explosion?
Adler!
I got you.
There you have your lead.
Thanks. Hope you have a plan B.
Same as plan A. Go up.
That.
We'll just take the scenic route. Let's get moving.
You said you had backup earlier. Who'd you find crazy enough to pull a stunt like this?
Real upstanding citizens.
I bet.
Contact!
You just wasting all my fucking ammo, you piece of shit.
Enemy moving! Oh.
Oh, come on. Oh, wait. Oh! Oh, that will hurt. Thank you. Why is that fucking locked?
Forget the front. Every uniform thug in DC just arrived at your doorstep. Try east exit. Might be clear. We'll meet you there.
Eyes up, we got company.
Just around the corner. Better be ready and wait. How's it going?
Damn it. Should have meleeed him instead. Try a different approach. Noted. I will try a different approach.
Every uniform thug in DC just arrived at your doorstep. Try east exit. Might be clear. We'll meet you there.
Eyes up, we got company.
Mission's full, ammo's full, pick up the thingy.
How's it going? Just around the corner. Better be ready and waiting.
Friendly's down! Anyone coming in? Grenade coming! What's the bed? I'm moving! Almost out. Come on. Said we're ready for exfil. What's the play?
No play. This place is surrounded by cops. We can't reach you.
God damn it.
I have an idea.
You guys see the Great Escape?
Yeah, you didn't make it out.
We will. If we can't outgun them, we outrun them.
Okay, I thought I was going to be on the back of Adler's, but sure.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that.
Ever do anything like this before?
No. But I don't see any better options, and I'm running out of bullets. Get ready!
Adler did not need to whip the back of his wheel out like that when he did the jump. Adler. Not graceful, but better than last time. Oh, excuse me, stretching.
This is Arrow.
It wasn't us.
Troy?
They hit the place before we got through the door. Tore it apart.
Jesus, Troy, you're talking about Capital Station? It is all hands on deck here. What the hell happened?
We busted Adler out.
You broke into a CIA black site to free Russell Adler. Are you out of your mind?
Something's going on, Jane. Something big. Okay, Adler was right.
The agency is compromised.
You're sure it's not Adler?
No, but the guys that hit the black site?
They weren't friends of his.
What guys?
It was the Pantheon. Same group that showed up out of nowhere in Kuwait.
There's no way that they can know about the black site unless someone inside the CIA is feeding them intel. Someone high up.
Is it Livingston?
Maybe.
Listen, Troy. They are pinning the attack on you, all of you. Woods, Case, Adler. You're on Interpol's most wanted list. Red notices all around.
Yeah, I got the picture.
I can help.
No, it's better if you're insulated from any blowback.
Spare me tonight in shining armor shit, Troy.
You want to help? Keep digging. Look into Livingston.
Okay, let me see what I can do.
Thanks. And Jane.
Yeah.
Don't trust anyone.
Why? I understand, like, they want us to have, like, Livingston as the... Yeah, he has like a thing out for... Oh, hey, he's out of his wheelchair.
You don't even speak Arabic. Wasting my breath.
I'm not taking a vote here. Okay, you're staying back. I want you here with Felix and Woods.
Well, if you have this figured out, I'm not just going to sit around. I'm going out.
Where?
Let her go.
Moving on. Adler, you sure that's all the lie we told you? Before you executed him?
You're in my world now, Marshal. Gonna have to grow up fast.
I'm listening.
Alawi knew the Pantheon had a presence in Iraq. It's part of a technology exchange with Saddam Hussein. Pantheon gets cover in facilities. Hussein gets access to an experimental weapon.
But Alawi didn't know what the weapon was?
No. Only that they're calling it the Cradle.
The Cradle.
Cradle.
It's in Iraq right now.
Presumably.
Oh, joy, I have, like...
Alawi said it was in transit to a remote palace. Demonstrations taking place in a bunker underneath.
Hussein is a world-class collector of palaces. There are many on this map alone. Alawi was confident he knew the one.
Yes. This one.
Let's take a first-hand look then. We'll finalize plans soon and we'll ship out. Dismiss.
I'll take these.
Enjoy them. I brought them for you.
Figured. You don't usually smoke the shit brands.
Don't want you raising your standards.
Well, there's never been a better time to be cheap as hell.
Hey.
Yeah.
Listen, I understand that in your own Adler-ass way you invited us to this place. Maybe you've got squatters' rights, but don't much care.
You got a point?
What I do care about, what I need you to understand is that this here is my team. You need us more than we need you, okay? We broke you out of that black site, and I just need an excuse to send you back. Bottom line, you're a stranger to me. All I got on you is your reputation, and it ain't all roses, Adler.
But you don't have to trust me, Marshal. But it might be best if you do, for you and your team.
I'll be the judge of that.
Ooh, a contest. So exciting. Should I get a ruler? By the way, Adler, I'm still waiting to get paid.
I had a little something stashed for you upstairs, but it seems I was robbed while on vacation.
Nah, you just loaned it to us. Forgot to tell yous all. Surprise.
I just think you and I should spend some quality time together. We should get plenty in Iraq.
My thoughts exactly.
Nothing new there. Acquisition desk. We can get the training room now.
I've known Adler since Nam. Give it 20 years. He'll grow on you.
Cool. Most of us don't have 20, but yeah. Oh, so Adler, I got some questions.
Here we are.
What exactly were you doing in Iraq last week?
Since the beginning of the year. He wanted a red carpet out of Iraq and was willing to talk for it. As a Minister of Defense, his value is high, and he knew it. After coalition forces attacked, well, his timeline changed. I was to meet him in Kuwait and supply passage through Europe. Seems I wasn't the only one who knew his plans.
Woods took a big leap of faith with you.
After Frank got out of Walter Reed, the news was that I put him in that chair. I was the one who compromised his Panama mission in '89, got Hudson and Mason killed, Woods injured. All bullshit. When I skipped town, I went silent on him, on everyone. Better he hate me than get caught in the net, but I guess it didn't matter in the end. So yeah, he did take a leap. He's loyal.
You fled because someone
Last March,
framed
someone
you.
produced documents showing encrypted transfers. From the drug lord Raul Menendez to my personal bank account. I got wind of it before Langley called me in from Morocco. Decided not to get on that plane. I'm sure he is. And so are a lot of operatives up on the memorial wall. A big heart will weigh you down.
How did you discover the Pantheon?
I don't know if you had the pleasure of working with Jason Hudson. He was one of the casualties back in Panama. Just weeks before he died, he told me about a paramilitary group that may have infiltrated the CIA. Guess what they were called?
Do you know what the
Hudson seemed to
Pantheon
believe
is?
They were homegrown, maybe transnational, but American-dominated. Most likely military and intelligence expats. The recruits seem Western-trained, English-speaking. They know how to think like us, which makes them especially dangerous. Great talk.
Alright. No. When was the sound system added in? I do not remember that sound system being added in. Oh, hey, a video game. Which one is that? Pitfall. Nice. So, alright, so we don't know the first and last characters. Hang on, let me toggle the black light. So we don't know the first character. We know these two. That could be a 2 or a 5. And we don't know the last two. So, 7 characters. So this could be a 2 or a 5. So it's blank, 3, 4, 2 or 5, 1, blank, blank. Okay, so if we start with 6, then we can go 6, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, and 7, or 6, 3, 4, 5, 1, 7, 2. Alright, let's try 6, 3, 4, 5, 1, 7, 2. Nope. 6, 3, 4, 2. 1, 7, 5. Alright, let's try 6, 3, 4, 2, 1, 7. Nope. Nope. Alright, so 7, 3, 4, 5, 1, 6, 2. Let's try that. 7, 3, 4, 5, 1, 6, 2. Nope. 7, 3, 4. What the fuck was that? Did you guys hear that? Is that downstairs? No. What the fuck was that? Alright, we don't have any of the monies to do that. What the fuck was that? Which one was that? Like, hang on, so... Ooh, hit the thing, hit that. Did no one hear the random fucking...
Poor Savati. The nightlife around here is limited to owls and jackals.
Sup, Case?
Never mind.
Later.
Alright. Where the... Is it because there's something upstairs, perhaps? Ah! Why do you give me inadequate information in the puzzles? Terry, I'm okay. Tell Mama not to worry about me and tell her not to believe anything she hears about this in the news, okay? It's been almost 8 years since the Beirut barracks thing. Still haven't really sorted that shit out. Call it survivor's guilt. And now this. After the bombing, I went Force Recon and eventually CIA, because I thought I could be the difference maker. Well, I'm definitely getting my chance now. No one promised us an easy ride, and this one is going to be rough. Remember that I'm still me no matter what they might do to my name. I didn't go into this to be loved. You can't stop doing what's right, even when everyone thinks you're the bad guy. Remember that. Cool, so this is Marshall's room. And then that's the safe, which we don't really have a code. Oh wait, hello.
It seems the KGB operatives that lived and worked here in the 1960s took orders directly from Nikita Dragovich. Activity took place here without the knowledge of Soviet leadership or the KGB itself. Almost like the Russian equivalent of the Pantheon. It seems the KGB operatives that lived and worked here in the 1960s took orders directly from Nikita Dragovich.
1968.
Terminated in 68. Activities took place here without the knowledge of Soviet leadership or the KGB itself. Almost like the Russian equivalent of the Pantheon.
So, if you were asking about Woods, no, it's not his favorite topic. And in December of 98, he, along with Exclamation, another was tight with went into Panama to capture Menu Noriega. Someone knew about their op in advance, which led to Woods getting tricked into accidentally killing Mason. Afterwards, Woods was captured and shot into the knees by Raul Mendez, the guy who engineered the whole thing, with some help from a mole inside the CIA. Menendez was out for revenge on Woods and purposely left him alive so that he would suffer through the aftermath. Sick son of a bitch. Oh, this is her room. Okay, cool. Okay, just that paper, which I already read. And then we were already in this room. That's this room. That doesn't open. It annoys me that... Alright. Let's go. Alright. Let's have a look. So... Alright, so we don't know what the first number is. That is definitely a 3. That is definitely a 4. That can be 2 or 5. A 1. And then something something. Alright, so... Let me just... Alright, so let's do this again. So, sequence. So star... Let's say star is... So let's say that the paw is a 5. So that means we can start with a 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 6, 7. Or a 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 7, 6. If it's... Ah, Mio!
Mijo_ paid me to say got a gift for you from the egg.
Thank you for the 25 bits. I greatly appreciate it. I am still on this puzzle thing. Alright, so if the duplicate is not is not a 2, but instead of 5, then we have 5, 3, 4, 2, 7, 6, or... Alright, sorry, hang on, if I missed that one there. 1, 7... Sorry, 1, 6, 7, or 5, 3, 4, 2, 1, 7, 6. Now, there could... So that could have been the 4s. Or it could have been one of the 6, which means it could be a 6, 3, 4, 2, 1, 5, 7. Wait, am I doing that correctly? Yeah, so that could be the false one there. Or 6, 3, 4, 2, 1, 7, 5. 7, 5. Or that could be the 7. So hang on a sec. So we had 2, 2, 2. So yeah. So 7, 3, 4. Oh wait, no, because if we said that was the 6, then there's still the potential of the 6. 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 7. Or 6, 3, 4, 5, 1, 7, 2. Alright, so we got a number of, like, we have a number of sequences we can do. And it's annoying because the PE is both 5 and 2. So it's like you got so many sequences you need to do, so... Wait, what was that I just did then? Hang on a second, let me... Okay, this is gonna be... Ah, do you know Cyrillic meal? So, because it's like something 3, 4. That's either a 2 or a 5. And then that's a 1. And that we don't have a character for, and we don't have a character for that. Ugh. I don't have the strongest idea, annoyingly enough. Hmm. Wait. Maybe the sequence isn't by figuring out what the character is to the... Because maybe these point down to here. So maybe, instead, it's a case where I need to press 5, 4... Hang on, I need to... Okay, I need to write this... Alright, so hang on a second. So All right, hang on. So the sequence is looking at the keys. So I have to start with MN, which is number 5. Then the next sequence is PE, which is 4. After that, it's CN, which is 2, because CN is down there. And then AO, which is 3. And then from 3, we go back. So yeah, so after AO, it's PE again, which is 4. So, alright. Ripper, I think I might have the sequence. Alright, let's see. 5, 4, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that worked! There we go. God, okay, so, Ripper, to give you a clue into what I was doing. So for about, like, half an hour, I saw this. I saw 1 as MN, 2 as PE, 3 as CN, 4 goes AO, 5 as PE. Now, I thought this was telling me that, like, I had to do this sequence. I had to do, like, 7 characters, and I had to do it, like, you know, based off of, like, the organization of, like, going bam, 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 bing in regards to this. But I was incorrect. This was denoting that this was the first key, this was the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and 7th key. So what I should have been doing is, rather than trying to play this sequence based off of the numbers that I had, I should have followed the order, like so I should have followed the 5 keys I needed to play based off of, like, what was here at the top. I feel like such an idiot. Hope the Blops is doing well. I have been doing relatively okay, I will say. So we open this, which now leads us into here, which looks to be some sort of... Alright, so we gotta translate it from Russian. Ilya. We received word from D. He is still in Laos with plans to depart in 3 weeks. Orders are to temporarily lock the house down while we travel to America. N6 set for February. D wants us positioned before end of year. If Sleeper fails to execute orders, or end up in enemy hands, we are to address the situation. Philippe says he is not coming back afterwards. I share the sentiment if we are being honest. Alright, so we've got... they've gone back on a character. So we got 0, 5, 4, 1, 2. 0, 5, 4, 1, 2. Oh my... Okay, so there's no 8, so let's have a look. So... Alright, so 0's not meant to be there. So let's try 9, 6, 0, 1, 2. Oh, actually, no, hang on. So, 2, 1. Alright, 6 is in the right position. So now we go... We've got 5 chances to do this. Alright, 1, 6, 2, 0, 9. Nice. Alright. 2, 6, 1, 0, 9. There we go. And then... Oh yeah, by the way, I'm using a black light. How's it going, Ripper? After the incident with Kleshnik, we are moving to a more secure system down here. Access to the observation room and cell will only be granted via the terminal in the mainframe room. Apologies for inconvenience. Alrighty. 351029. So that's B U N K 2 is E, and I imagine 9 is R, which makes bunker. There we go. Going good. Was up till 4 a.m. fixing a broken controller, but at least it was productive. Hey, so long as it was productive. 9. Okay, so, H. Next key is 1, which is a O. Eight is an L. Two is a D. 7 is an I. N is a 3. G is an O. Yeah, okay, so there we go. Oh. 5194, so 0 P E N. R O O M. R O O M. All right. All right, so that's locked, so we can't get in there yet. That bastard swallowed the key! Vitaly, get it out of him by any means necessary. I do not care if he is unable to speak for a week. Alright. Oh, lockpicking. Oh, joy. It's just like Fallout. There we go. Jesus. Morbid as fuck. Alright, so we got a key, which means that we can possibly unlock the door that was here. And then I will be the first to open the safe and claim the prize. Vitally despise your confidence. Your limited grasp of the English language is, of course, a subject of great amusement within the group. Good luck connecting the key word to your counterparts in the room. How will you fare once we are embedded overseas? What the... What? What is with this Americana nonsense? San Diego? Go there with anywhere air? What the fuck is this place? 4090. There we go.
She stood in the dim light of the lamp, weeping at the family crest. Somewhere nearby, folk music played from a record.
19.
Tears fell to the rug below.
Wait, okay. Wait, so she was weeping under the lamp.
She stood in the dim light of the lamp, weeping at the family crest.
1
Somewhere nearby,
9.
folk music played from a record. The girl's tears fell to the rug.
195. So.
She stood in the dim light of the lamp, weeping at the family crest. Somewhere nearby, folk music played from a record. The girl's tears fell to the rug below. She stood in the dim light of the lamp, weeping at the family crest. Somewhere nearby, folk music played from a record. The girl's tears fell to the rug below. She stood in the dim light of the lamp.
195.
Somewhere nearby, folk music played from a record. They go, tears fell to the rug below.
Alright, fine. We'll try 1957. Now, granted, the reason I'm using 7 is because Sir Dragon just decided to say picture 7. So, 1957. 1957. 1957. 1 9 5. Okay, it was apparently 8. Whatever the fuck that... What made it 8? What the fuck was in the room that decided to make it 8? Sir Dragon, you Nimi, you were absolutely incorrect. Where the fuck was the 8? Where is that 8? What the shit? I'm glad that the safe doesn't have us, like, do the thing where it's like, oh, you have to, like, do the thing. Where is the 8? There's a 6, there's a 4, there's a 6, there's a 9, there's a 0, there's a 4. There's a 3 there. Okay, there's an 8 beside the cigarettes. Is there an 8 anywhere else? There's a 2, there's a 4, there's a 4, there's a 2. 3. This is the only 8. This is not the rug. Why the... Oh my god. That is not a rug. What the fuck is this? That's a record player, and then she... And was like... Like... Where's the rug? Where's the rug? There's a 6, there's a 4, there's a 6, there's a 0, there's a 4, there's a 1, there's a 0, there's a 9. Like... I don't see an 8. A rolled up rug is 8. Wait, rolled up rug? Where? Oh! There it is. Aha. I'm gonna be real, I wasn't gonna see that rug. Thank you, Sir Dragon, for providing me assistance at the very least. No one else provided me assistance.
Maybe you should be getting ready.
Oh yeah, I probably should. One moment, please, as I go to the training yard and see what kind of thingamajiggies I can get here. Increase your total health by 15, reduce the damage taken by explosives, reduce flinch, start regenerating health more quickly when damaged, reduce movement penalties when reloading or using equipment, taking damage from boost provides a minor boost for a short duration, increase the value of cash dropped by enemies by 25%. Yep. Boop. Thank you for the boop. Wait, that's not where the boop should be. Why is the boop... Hang on a second. I need to fix that boop. Where is... Hang on. Studio mode. Foreground elements. There we go. Alright, I need to move this down to, like, here somewhere. Hang on. Where do I have my props when I'm... Yeah, okay. So, foreground elements. I need to... Yeah, I think this is in the right place. All right, can you let's do that boop again. 1 second. Boop. No. All right. So nope, not settings. Cancel. Studio mode. I had it working for like when I was in the chatting thing, not for when I was in the foreground elements props. All right, let's try there. Boop. How about there? Boop. There we go. That's better. That works a lot better. Also, hi there, Night Sky. Thank you for the boops. I hope you're doing all right. All right, I got $700. Gear station. I've already done the quick hands. I can cook indefinitely. Can insert armor plates one-handed. Pick up armor plates automatically. Carry one additional expendable. Hit by the disruptor. Homing do 50% more explosives. Adrenaline stim is a increase the total armor slot to increase that armor slot nonsense. Training area, weapons bench. Here we go. Steady hands. Reload your weapon 25% faster. Scavenger. Get more ammo from dropped weapons while using heavy weapons. And then exclusive for Warzone and shit. Cool. Alright. Yay! Alright. Ding, dong, boom, bam. Check the board. I love how they circle Pantheon at the start. It's like, this must be the man. And it's like, I want to see more. I really hope they aren't just going to be like, yes, this man right here, and just move on. Oh joy, who the hell wants a weapon demonstration under a palace in the desert? Saddam Hussein is who. We're gonna go hightail it over there, posing as Delta Force operatives to see what the latest flavor of the month is.
The palace we're after is in western Iraq, Syrian desert. There's a complication.
Desert Storm. Coalition forces launched the operation 2 weeks ago against Saddam Hussein. We're taking out as many strategic targets from the air as possible.
They haven't destroyed the palace yet, but that's about to change. British SAS forces are on the ground hunting mobile Scud launchers, and they've marked our palace for massive aerial bombing. That can't happen. We don't know what Pantheon's hiding in the bunker under the palace. If it's destroyed, we lose the trail.
I reached out to an old collaborator of mine at MI6 for a favor. She pressured the SAS to delay their airstrike, but it'll come at a cost.
We're gonna pose as Delta Force operatives so this Helen Park can get us to the front. Then we're gonna help the SAS clean up those Scud launchers. After that, Palace is ours.
The SAS want these Scuds destroyed as much as you want that palace. We think the Iraqis could start launching at any time.
Let's smash those launchers! Moving to flank the first sight! Alright, pal! Keep those Yanks of yours on a tight leash!
Here, Scud up. It's already happening.
The site's still a quarter click ahead. Can you pick it up?
Activity!
Jackal 1-1, we're going in hot.
Light 'em up.
Took him out. More behind them. Scud sights through here. Follow me. Faster!
We're clear.
Jackal 1-1, we're nearly in position.
We're at the top of the ridge. Kicking things off.
Sorry, I just need to double...
A dozen tangos down there.
I need to double check if there was like any quote-unquote monies. I have to keep an eye out for monies. How's it going, Ripper? Oh wait, no, I already asked about that. You were fixing a controller until 4 AM. Sorry, terrible memory.
Enemy truck incoming. We've got it. Stay clear. Get a charge on that truck now.
I'll cover you.
Get down there, Jackal 2. Jackal 2, what are you waiting for?
Nice.
Bring up job, everyone. And listen up. Pritchard, Skinner, clear up this rubbish and unload the trucks. Yes, sir. We're building our layup here. Your crew's not too shabby, Park.
Now let's see what else they've got.
This will be our base of operations for now. Here, you won the straw vote and get to carry the TAC map.
Thanks. Use the map to track objectives, fast travel discovered locations, and navigate the area.
We've got a lot of ground to cover, so you'll find it useful. We need to neutralize 3 more Scud sites. Stay alert out there. You might find other things of interest as well.
Alright.
Gladney's promised to help your team breach the palace if you destroy those Scuds. Help him out, and we'll see if he's a man of his word. You can talk to him yourself if you'd like. He'll stay here in the layup, working logistics for the SAS. Once you're ready to head out, we'll follow your lead.
Joy. Let me deal with the people of interest that I've completely missed out on. Cerveza Cristal.
Whatever gear you want. Might want some of that C4. Shit'll tear right through a Scud launcher. We'll get going when you're all tooled up.
Case, if there's anything else you want to know about the mission, I'd speak to Gladney over there.
Do I get the opportunity of having...
Need something?
What do you know about the Scud locations?
Jackal 1 for the Scuds in sectors 7, 8, and 9. The rest are yours. We put advanced scouts on the ground to find the sites, and they're still out there. If you meet any, they might have additional intel.
Cool. When will Jackal 1
They
return?
make short work of their targets. Don't worry. If all goes according to plan, they'll be back in time to help raid the palace. That is, if you uphold your end of the deal.
Do you have any air support from
Not
the
at
SAS?
the moment. It's too many bloody surface-to-air missiles. In fact, I just received word that some of your Delta Force friends were shot down nearby. We have our own attack helo, but it's not getting up there unless you find some way to disable the SAM sites in this region.
Alright.
Best of British to you out there.
Alright, we got a few things we can do on the TAC map, and a refill. Can we fast travel to it? No, we cannot. Alright, so we're just gonna have a
You got
very...
a couple rovers available, Case. Take your pick.
Can we drive these? No. Alright. Are they just gonna expect us to run this distance? Let's see.
We ready?
My goodness, I moved quite a bit.
Case, you don't think we're doing this on foot, do you?
Agreed. We should take one of the vehicles.
Cool, which vehicle can I take? Oh, there's a vehicle. The lights are on.
Coming back, Case.
Oh, never mind. They want me heading back. God damn it. Where is a vehicle? If you're gonna tell me I can take a vehicle, you're gonna need to present me a vehicle that I can actually, like, jump into or something. Is it this one? Yep.
Someone forgot their boat.
I was wondering where I left that.
Yeah.
Probably been here for years.
That's kind of hilarious.
Over there. That orange smoke marks a supply drop.
Might be worth checking out.
That'll help. We should grab any others we find.
Let's keep moving.
Oop, throwing knife. Thank you. Is there normally like an open world aspect to Black Ops? I don't think normally there is there? It's usually quite linear. I'm pretty sure there's rules against that, like, in real life, like, you know, war zones and shit, but, fuck it.
That's all. Let's move. Keep on.
Clear. More orange smoke means more supplies. Hostiles trying to steal our shit.
Oop. There we go. Alright, let's look at the map. So... Alright. Gonna destroy some missiles. Ba-ba-ba. Last Black Ops you played was 1. You're pretty sure that's not allowed? It would be considered cruel and unusual. Noted.
There! Gladney, we spotted one of the SAM sites.
Excellent. If you take those circuits to air mid...
Try to keep up.
That's one down. Think we're clear. If we destroy the other two, the Iraqis will lose aerial
Alright.
advantage in the region.
We'll keep an eye out.
It's not a war crime if you win the war. Actually, you know what I should do? Hang on, I'm gonna send another message to Unnamed. Maybe they'll be online. I am now in Iraq. Let's see if they pay attention. Destroy Scuds. Yep, I guess.
Here we go.
Alright, we got a scout over there. Back in the Oasis.
One of Gladney's scouts.
Got eyes on tangos. Haven't spotted us yet.
Delta in the flesh. Come on, I can show you what we're dealing with.
They'll see him go down. Damn. Good. Like a pro.
silent assault rifle versus a assault rifle. Alright, we'll keep to the silent assault rifle.
Rocky's close by. Keep low.
Armor. We already got frags.
Might alert someone. Don't pull that trigger.
That'll blow your cover. Keep it up. Good eye. That's risky. That's risky.
Probably gonna need to go loud. Or, actually... There we go. Let's use an RC car. I can't go under the car? Are you serious? There we go. That's one of the silos destroyed.
One down. Site's crawling with hostiles.
Let's have a little look around. So far, we're winning. Silenced. So the AK has a silencer and a sight. Goblin Mark II has a sight. D10. Goblin is an assault rifle with hip fire. Anything of interest? Ooh. Oh, I can't. Damn. Alright. Ooh, cash? Yes, please. Always looking for some cash.
He's too far.
Alright, some C4. That's going to be useful. Alright, let's have a look. So, did our intel. We got an enemy encampment over there. So what we can do is we can go ding, 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 dong, bang, bing, bing, ding, 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 ding. Alright, we got our options.
Might be out of range.
Mm-hmm.
Case is to your left. Welcome to the fight. I'll help where I can.
See someone!
Aren't the best I've seen, but we got numbers.
I think they'll be expecting us from here on out.
As they should. I appreciate a warm welcome.
That'll blow your cover.
Yeah. How goes the Blops 8? Sorry, Blops 6? It goes alright.
I think they'll be expecting us from here on out.
As they should. I appreciate a warm welcome.
Nice shot. I wouldn't take that shot.
More unusual hostiles here. We've got a hostile with a minigun.
Pantheon isn't here by accident. Sweep the area.
Wait, what? What kind of gun is it? Get off me. Ah, assault rifle with ammo capacity. Yep, let's go with the Modal L. We'll go... We can have loud things for loud purposes. Armor, I could use with that. Assault rifle.
Pantheon cache. Good find, Case.
Go. He was tempted to get it, but it seems buggy, and it's like 160 gigs on a PS5. Yeah, I'm playing it on the PC because it's free with the Xbox Game Pass.
Subjects, brothers, began exposure. Patient A through injection, and patient B through inhalation. Their pupils are dilated, but vitals are stable. Results to follow.
Pantheon was experimenting on a set of...
exposure to what?
Alright, so next one is down here, so we fashion.
What do we do until we find out Del Escort? Do they know we're not one of them?
Unlikely. It appears your mystery group might be real after all, Adler.
You don't trust me?
Just as much as I need to. Don't act surprised.
Alrighty. Not sure if my PC will run it. I'll just vibe with it. It's fairly okay. Oh, god damn you. It's okay. Like, from what I've seen, like, the minimum specs isn't, like, terrible. It's, like, minimum specs is, like, an an i5, a Ryzen, like, 1.
Another camp. There's more Pantheon out here than I realized.
That'll blow your cover. They'll see him go down.
ما الموقع؟
ما الأخبار؟ هل عثرتم عليهم؟
That was nasty.
Pretty good aim with those knives, Pace.
Thank you.
Clean. I wouldn't take that shot. That's risky.
Might alert someone.
أين هم؟ لم يبتعد كثيرا.
Multiple hostiles to your left.
كما تشاء.
ألم يرى أحدكم شيئا بعد؟
لا يمكنني رؤيتهم. إنهم في مكان ما هنا.
هل رأيت؟ عثرت على عدو. خذوا ساترا. نقطة الهدف هنا.
go. Cleared the encampment.
Eyes up for another fan cat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hello.
Good find, Case. See what's inside.
That's one. And that's two.
Day 2. Patient A, injection, tried to escape. We restrained him, but he's demanding to be with his brother. The doctor thinks we can bargain with him and his brother in exchange for his cooperation. Results to follow.
It was cruel, using a civilian's family as a bargaining ploy.
You think the brothers were civilians?
I guess political...
Alright, next one is there. Fast travel to the vehicle.
MI6 has no intelligence on the Pantheon. Are you sure these aren't just soldiers of fortune?
Positive. Clear. Another SAM site over there.
Yep, let's go loud. Let's just go very, very loud.
Don't pull that trigger.
Not too shabby.
One more SAM site to go. You all might get on Gladney's good side. Shall we mosey on?
Alright, next one is... Let's go down here.
Over that ridge, see it? Radar dishes south of here.
Yep, I see it.
Got them all.
Damn, look at the size of those dishes.
Mm-hmm. There we are. Alright, let's make our way down, and then we'll make our way back up. And we'll go in guns blazing, because we can.
On your right.
Look, there's increased security at the Scud site. Case, 6 o'clock.
Behind you, Case. Hostiles, 9 o'clock.
Keep it up.
Slow but steady. Slow but steady.
Nine o'clock.
Cash, always great. Sorry, wrong person. Damn, the C4 is strong. Ah! Death hinders. Yep.
Heavy enemy resistance in the area!
Alright, never mind. I'm gonna have to use the... Nope, missed. God damn you. God fucking damn you. Serious? Fine. Now I need to pick up more C4. There's a C4 pack on your car. I left that car a while ago. It was nearly destroyed. I'll be uno momento. But thank you, Kahlua. Also, hi, Kahlua. Welcome to the stream. Imagine being clonked in the groin, then shot with your own pistol. Very insulting, I know. Ow. Fuck you. Don't mind me running around. I'm just looking for, like, the small, like, blue streak of, like, hey, you can pick something up. Hey, C4. There we go. So we got one piece of C4. 2 pieces of C4. Another piece of armor. Let me put that on real quick. Too bad we can't use this. That'd have been very useful. Alrighty. Oop. Fuck you. Oop. Alrighty, so there's something over on that side there. You can fast travel back to the base in the middle to pick up a new car. Yeah, I noticed that, but I'm doing like a... Oop. Hello. Alrighty, in... You could, like, shoot better, you know. Alrighty. What's in here? RC, tack, yep, cool. And a throwing knife. We need those things. Alrighty. Let's have a quick review of the map. Oh. Satellite Farm Outpost. Probably should have talked to that guy sooner. I don't know. I'm not wearing a helmet, I don't think, so that would have hurt me more than it would hurt them, but sure. Let's go with the 2 groin shots and the, you know, what's in the whoosies.
Good to see a friendly.
Yep. Good to know. Hey, we got ourselves a sniper again. Awesome. Cool. Anything on you? No. Cool. You gonna talk?
Glad you made it, Delta. Let me show you what I'm seeing. You made short work of that missile.
Alrighty, so we did all those. There's our vehicle. And then we got another guy over there. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna aim for this guy. We're gonna fast travel back to base so we can get, so as Kahlua has mentioned, we can go for an entirely new vehicle. Are you gonna try and do everything on the map? Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm honestly feeling it. Alright, C4. Any throwing knives? We can talk to you if we need to. Wait, hang on, was there a blue there? Yeah. No, that was just for refilling of the C4. Anything in here? I've been trying to pick up cash as I go along as well. Alright, now. Alrighty. So, got a sniper rifle, and I've got, you know, a really cool fucking... Alright. So, we get the
road forks ahead.
Yep, and we take right.
We've got gunfire to the right. Over those dunes. Careful.
This is Lieutenant Colonel Bannon of Delta Force, requesting immediate backup. We're taking early fire at the helo.
Sup?
Soldier, where the hell? Doesn't matter. I need you to call an airstrike. Terminal's inside of the helo. Go!
Thank you.
Diesel 2-1, approaching your position. Hold out until I get there.
Airstrike's inbound. Stay alive till they get here. Armor's rolling in.
Diesel 2-1, one mic out.
Take him out.
Diesel 2-1 in the air, looking for target.
Airstrike soldier.
Target's locked.
Oh my god. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Diesel 2-1, ready to boom and zoom.
Alright, so maybe not do that. Alright.
Diesel 2-1, approaching your position. Hold out until I get there.
Airstrike's inbound. Stay alive till they get here. Armor's rolling in. Trying to fence
Diesel 2-1, one mic out. Diesel 2-1 in the air, looking for target.
Alright.
Target locked.
Alright, let's get two of them. That's one.
Diesel 2-1 available for tasking.
So yeah, how far have you gone into the, So how far have you gone into Black Ops 6 then? Because I'm gonna see how far I go today. There we go.
Diesel 2-1 is 5x5, ready for flyby. Diesel 2-1 bugging out.
That takes care of that.
Let's get back to bed. Thought our mission was over till you showed up. Thank you. From one Delta unit to another. Keep the sat count. Godspeed.
Alright, cool. Bad news. The vehicle I went and picked up is now destroyed. So that's not good. You're gonna try and do everything in the... But yeah, gonna try and do everything on the map. Stealth bomber unavailable at current position. Damn. Nope, 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 nope. Can I pick it up? Yep, cool. Alright, so we can't use the stealth bomber, so we'll use the mortar if we can, and let's stick to the knives. Ding, 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 ding. Then we got intel over there, then we got thingamajig over there. Alright, let's see if I can get up there. So yeah. Did you run over anyone during this mission? Oop, can I... Boop. Thank you for the boops. Jason, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? There we go. Alright, anything good in you? RC car, throwing knife, armor, tranquilizer, no traps, damn. No cash. That's what I was looking for, nope. Alrighty. Fast travel back to you, get a new car. You doing okay? Yeah, I'm doing alright. I didn't lose another half kilo as I wanted, I did have 1 can of, like, Coke, no sugar, no caffeine. So I think it might actually need to be a thing where I'm gonna need, where if I do want to continue losing weight, I'm gonna need to do the needful and, like, actually not consume soda for, like, the next few days and such. So yeah, it's gonna take like another 2 or 3 days to do that. Oh, hello, what's over here?
Look, more supplies ahead.
Can't let them grab our stuff.
Iraq is nearby.
That's it.
Nice. What kind of weapon? Okay, so it is an LMG, so I just need to go through any of the LMGs to pick up more LMG ammo. Unless... ammo refill? Yep. And then, oh yeah, and we can just get more C4 from here. Alright, cool. Useful vehicle. Nice. Thank you for the recommendation, Kahlua, about, like, just...
Man, these dudes going forever.
Keep your eyes up. No telling what's hiding out there. Tread carefully. Spotted an enemy camp in the dunes.
Another Pantheon encampment. Wouldn't mind paying them a visit.
Entry combat.
Ah, I got shot while I was trying to get an armor plate on.
Another Pantheon encampment. Wouldn't mind paying them a visit.
He's down.
I wouldn't take that shot.
Just skirting around his fucking peripheral vision.
They'll see him go down. That'll blow your cover.
تفقد ذلك المكان.
More unusual hostiles here. More Pantheon? Take our spot.
Yep. Now we pick this lock and get more stuff.
Another cache. Nice work.
There we go.
Day 3. We moved the brothers to the same lab. They're restrained, but cooperative. The patient B, inhalation, is easier to work with. We upped his dosage and then dosed the violin.
So they moved the brothers together, and then what?
Maybe whatever they were injecting or breathing into their system started working.
Alright, so they're doing some sort of gas nonsense. No, for bullet velocity, assault rifle for damage. Yep, let's go with this one. Let's go with this XM4 rather than the LMG. I like the LMG, but this one will give us, like, you know, nice, like, mixture of close and far to mid-range, and we have our long-range choice, so it don't matter. Alright, so, next thing is the SAM site.
Taking out the SAM site is my recommendation.
SAM sites, scuds. Lucky he didn't add his laundry to that list. What's out here?
Primarily?
Damn, I'm getting sick of these guys.
The locals look like amateurs by comparison.
There's one more encampment left.
They're neutralized.
Probably not the best way of getting rid of them, but that's how I decided to do it.
That's the last SAM site up ahead.
Let's wrap this up tightly, shall we?
Iraqis in the area.
There we go.
Gladly, we destroyed the last SAM.
Great work. Now get back to the layer. Reports say they may be sending a force our way.
Before I do that,
Find me when you get here.
actually before that, let's refill our ammo and pick up another piece of C4. There we are.
Case, let's head to the layout.
I want to check more things. Have you tried the zombies yet? No, I've not tried the zombies yet. I wanted to try and go through, you know, several... I wanted to go through the campaign missions personally, because that's why I get into them. And then we do zombies. I know Bookie wants to play zombies with me, and I'm up for playing zombies with them. So that's my desirable.
It's hard to believe a river flowed through this canyon.
Time changes everything. Orange smoke out there, Case.
Gladney's waiting at the layout.
Yep, let's head to the layup first, and then we can go for the thingy.
Approaching the layout.
Good to see you, mates. Got any wood?
Alright, what are you gonna tell
There
us?
you are. I got something for you.
Do you
nice
now?
work on those SAM sites. We've pulled the tiger's tail now.
Excellent. Wanted to ask if you think the zombies is good, because that's the main reason I play COD these days. You know, Bookie is... Oh, hang on. The fuck?
Chainsaw 3-2 coming in hot.
Alright, hang on a sec. I need to... Sorry, I'm just gonna go on a quick, like, 30-second break, because I actually need to get my, my meal for this afternoon, because it's lunchtime. So, give me a second. I'm gonna get myself my, my shake. If the advertisement... Yep, the advertisement... Okay, it wasn't meant to be a 3-minute break, but for those of you, skip the 30-second... Oh, wait, no, starts in 3 minutes. Okay, so I'm gonna snooze that advertisement, because, you know, I hit the 30-second break. But yeah, this is what I have to do for the, like, shake diet. Is like 250 milliliters of water, 1 sachet power, and give it a good shake. Almost there. Almost there. There we go. And there we go. And that's lunch. That is what my breakfast, lunch, and dinner basically is. A small, like, basically a cup and a half of water mixed in with powder, give it a good shake, and then I drink it all down in, like, you know, 8 or 10 gulps. Like, no troubles whatsoever.
Gladly marked an area of interest not far.
Alright, so... Hi there, Phantom. No cash again. Gosh darn it. I need cash.
Pantheon recordings. I can't imagine there's a happy ending.
One way to find out.
Alright, let's have a look. So, in here to there, and then...
Gladney's a pretty good negotiator, putting us to work before helping us take the palace.
He's been doing this a long time.
Since dust was invented.
Since dust. Really?
Keep quiet. I believe this tunnel connects to one of the Iraqi outposts.
I wouldn't take that shot. Chainsaw 3-2, clear to engage.
Grenade incoming! Move it!
How am I doing? I'm doing all right. I just had my my lunch, which was just a, you know, real quick shake. And yeah, I am going to hang on. Don't.
Chainsaw 3-2, clear to engage.
المهمة. Mortar on the way. هنا. Hostile spotted.
Frag, look out!
He's down.
Damn it. All right, that tunnel, not a great... That tunnel is a terrible tunnel. We're gonna have to go a long way around to a... Never mind.
Take them down.
Ah! I was killed by C4. Damn. Alright, let's take the long way, shall we?
Hold up. Ruins up ahead, to the left.
One of the Scud launchers should be up there.
أحدهم هنا. انطلقت من ذاك الاتجاه. إنهم يهاجمون.
Do you, like, shoot him, please?
Patrol's down. Need more security.
Okay, so he's up there. Cool. Long climb up, but that's okay.
Delta, you made it. I've got enemy positions. Take a look.
I wouldn't take that shot.
Chainsaw 3-2 inbound. Chainsaw 3-2 returning to base.
stealth bomber work? Yeah, the stealth bomber will work. Nice. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Got a few stragglers to clean up.
Yep. There we go. Alright, moving up. Wear muscle? Hyper Himbo me. 69 bits or using a redeem. This is the normal level because of what Insomnia has drawn me PNG wise. I do understand it's not as, you know, the usual level of muscle, but it is what it is. If I had more monies because of people giving me bits and subscriptions and what have you, I might go back to him and be like, hey, I would like more. Can you do more work for my zebra, please? Because, you know, well, Insomnia is an amazing artist, but he is relatively expensive.
Take them out.
Nothing left.
Chainsaw 32 clear to assist. Mortar strike prepped. Ready to make it rain.
Nice. Cool. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo. I greatly appreciate it. Look at the muscles. Throw this. You're fine.
Whenever you're ready, Case, we'll head back to the layup. You can have the honor of informing Gladney in person.
Nice shot. I wouldn't take that shot. That's risky.
Roger that. Incoming.
More unusual hostiles here.
Watch yourself. Hostiles like traps.
More Pantheon?
Yeah.
There we go.
Chainsaw 3-2 inbound. Chainsaw 3-2 headed back to base.
I believe that's it.
Nice. Now we just need to find the box. There we go. You gasp. You gasp by the level of muscle, do you? There we go. And then... Ooh, there we are. Discover all 4 audio logs in hunting season. Cool.
Patient B broke free of his restraints, strangled his brother, and killed himself. I thought I was prepared for this second incident 10 years ago. I don't know. Tomorrow we start over.
Oh, interesting. Distance yard, drop MOA. Nice.
We don't know when this was. One experiment failed of what, possibly dozens of trials?
Let's hope in the future experiments when they're better than last.
Alright. That is basically everything. We did the SSA scout. We did all that. Now we go to layup.
Gladney, returning to the layup again. Impressive work, everyone. Gladney, we've wiped out all the enemy encampments.
Diesel 2-1, ready to boom and doom.
Oh, I could kiss you, Parks.
Unexpected.
I wish we were given an option to, like, customize the gear that we have here, but never mind.
Need something?
All of them are gone.
Don't you Americans talk? Of course. But no one besides Park seems to know about your little pack. To be honest, I don't give a shit about your agenda if we can get the work done out here.
Anything else about the enemy we should know?
A few new encampments, likely connected to these cross-border missile strikes. Intel reports several unusual forces.
In No Man's Sky, you have a freighter. Do you want to name it? I'm good. Alright. We have finished off the Scuds.
Now that's out of the way. If you're ready to move on that palace, I'll notify my men. We go in now, we go in with what we have. You sure?
Let's do it. I've got like 3 different specials. I've got an assault rifle and I've got a sniper rifle.
Jackal 2, we're getting into this palace fast and getting out faster. Once you do the necessary, we're wiping it off the map.
Roger that, Jackal 1. We're not sticking around for tea.
Probably dreadful anyway.
We're looking for a bunker. Our best guess is that we can access it on the far side of the grounds.
We'll see it through. After that, it's up to Talon 1 to lift us all out in one piece.
That's my preference.
So let's get to it then. We're nearly there.
Not anymore. Nah, I can still.
Set, LSK's just ahead. Look alive, people, they know we're coming. Fire at will.
Oh, they changed our entire loadout. Thanks.
We got snipers.
They changed my entire loadout. Equipping armor planes will significantly extend your life. Yes.
LSK's just ahead. Look alive, people, they know we're coming. Fire at will.
Go. Thank you for the boops. Hi there, Code. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Why? Died holding a grenade for too long. I wasn't able to put the grenade away, which was the annoying thing.
They're falling back into the palace.
The bunker's behind the palace. Let's go. After you, Kate.
Ah, come on, I used the melee. You want the grenade medium well. Medium net well. Yes, I will try to make a grenade medium well.
After you, Case.
What was this? What was this thing? Refilling ammo, armor plates, thank you. Fuck! The tummy with it, Zoe. Yes. Yeah, I thought people would appreciate the tummy.
The bunker's behind the palace. Let's go. After you, Kate.
Fuck it.
Chainsaw 3-2 inbound. Chainsaw 3-2, need to refuel.
There we go.
That's it. Bunker door ahead.
Thank you for trying to jump scare me in the middle of a fucking.
Case, Adler, on me. We're going down.
We'll hold the area.
Be quick about it.
Yep. Alright, crazy bunker.
Hostiles inside.
Missed a shot. Horde, ammo good?
Oh, thank you for the knife.
Martinez. Damn.
We're clear. Let's go.
1, 2. There we go. You know how to get in? Are you robbing people in the middle of a battlefield? No, we're not. We're not robbing people. We're like searching a bunker because of like some like, you know, CIA like infiltrated op called Pantheon. Jesus. Would be nice to rob the guy.
Good God.
Saddam's hoarding millions down here.
Hell, this gold toilet's worth that much.
Wait, where's
Trade it all for a WMD. We're close.
Alright. Oh.
Chainsaw 3-2 available for deployment.
What the hell happened in here?
Biohazard cabinet. Must be the demonstration Alawi mentioned.
How about that hard case there? Check it out.
Ooh. That looks dangerous.
What do we got?
The cradle.
Pantheon has a goddamn biological weapon. And they put this in Saddam's hands too?
A sample of it. Based on what I'm seeing in here.
What'd you find?
A disc. Some notes, all in Russian. The project's headed by Matvey Gusev.
Sounds like you know him.
I recognize the name. Gusev was a scientist in the Soviet Union's biological weapons program, Biopreparat. Intelligence had him fleeing Russia last year. Then he vanished.
Gusev gave the Pantheon a Soviet bioweapon?
No. According to this, the cradle came from somewhere else. A research facility I'm familiar with. It's American.
American?
All right, visiting time's over, you three. We need your help up here.
Can you steal more shit? Like, I'm sure this is worth quite a bit of money. I hope it's not the T-virus.
But we got what we needed.
We're getting out of here. Come on, boys.
We need to clear a pickup zone. Let's get to the palace rooftop.
Oh, shit.
Take them out.
RPG up there!
Off the road. Case, let's go.
Move in, move out, move in, move out.
Rooftop's clear.
Oh, shit.
Jackal 1-1, got an enemy bird to the east. Tango's on the ground approaching your position. Copy that. Let's give them what we got.
We've got a stash of weapons over there. Need air support.
There we go. Let's go with the bomber. Thank you, U.S. military. Let's fucking go. And... nice. Mortar. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Come on, find these people.
Is it coming from the south?
More Rockies incoming! Keep holding the roof!
Can't see shit. Oh, but this will be useful.
Where's our exfil?
Jackal 1, this is Talon 1. We have a clear position.
Ow! Weapons are most effective within their range. Yeah, notice how I was running away so I wouldn't die.
Jackal 1-1, you got an enemy bird to the east. Tango's on the ground approaching your position. Copy that. Let's give them what we got.
We've got a stash of weapons over here. Need air support.
Bombs away.
Rally, people!
Vehicles incoming from the south.
Hold your ground!
More Iraqis incoming! Keep holding the roof!
Take them down! What's the Pantheon in Iraqis on the way?
Where's our exfil?
Jackal 1, this is Talon 1. We'll have a quick clear position. Prepare for extraction.
Talon 1, too hot! We got enemy helos in the air!
Roger, maintaining distance.
They keep coming!
Fuck it. Ah. Be prepared. Always make sure you're stocked with ammo. I was.
Pantheon helos incoming! Jackal 1-1, you got an enemy bird to the east. Tango's on the ground approaching your position. Copy that! Let's give them what we got!
We got a stash of weapons over there. Need air support. Vehicles incoming from the south.
More Iraqis incoming!
Sorry, did they just like...
Bunch of Pantheon and Iraqis on the way.
Where's our exfil?
Jackal 1, this is Talon 1. We'll have a quick clear position. Prepare for extraction.
Talon 1, too hot! We got enemy helos in the air!
Roger, maintaining distance.
They keep coming!
Moving in, Jackal 1.
Get ready! We need suppression!
That did it.
Come on, target is yours.
Confirmed. Incoming.
Enjoy the view! You've been saving that one, haven't you?
It's good seeing you again.
Well, look at that, Adler. We actually agree on something.
Alright, we now have a biological weapon to deal with.
The Pantheon has a biological weapon. The papers we found in that bunker, they had a name attached. Matt V. Gusev, a Soviet weapons scientist. We think he's still in Iraq, somewhere. Adler's volunteered to stay behind and track his ass down. I'll have Felix examine the disc we found while the rest of us investigate the origin of the cradle. If Adler's right, this thing may have come from a research facility on U.S. soil. A Soviet scientist and an American bioweapon. What the hell are we getting into?
And all this is after the Cold War as well.
She's not picking up. Told her to look into Livingston.
You think something's happened to her?
If it has, it's my fault.
The weight of the world on your shoulders. We know the risks.
Yeah,
Alright, we now have monies to use on other things. So we got magnetic, we got quick fix. Cook grenades no longer explode in your hand is a temptation. I kind of want to get these, like Truth Serum or... Oh, these require like 3,000. I've only got 2,000. While using heavy weapons, get more ammo from dropped weapons, increase bullet penetration, steady aim, increase focal length by 30%. Sure, we'll go with that one. Reduce hipfire spread, aim down sights faster, reduce recoil while firing, gain an additional magazine. Sure, and then... Go. Start regenerating health more quickly while damaged. There we go.
I'm afraid I'll need a little more time.
He's cooking.
Unless you've come to help.
What are you making?
Yet to be determined. I found these cookbooks in storage, but I'm afraid my Cyrillic skills are not as sharp as they once were. And I am working with ingredients that I could hunt and forage from the surrounding area. So, let's call it a stew, shall we?
Thought you didn't do violence.
I see. Because I no longer desire to take a human life, you believe my heart bleeds for all creatures. It's an understandable assumption. However, these are very different circumstances. To hunt is to be in symbiosis with nature. To take a life without due cause is parasitical.
But you have killed before, in the past.
Society is a predatory structure. Those with power, whether legitimate or otherwise, prey on those without, and use thugs uniformed as I once was, or otherwise, to enforce their rule. The Stasi, CIA, organized crime, and Avalon, most assuredly Pantheon, all are institutions of oppression. I bloodied my hands, burdened my soul with complicity, and now I live in shame.
So what does that make us?
I cannot say. I think that makes us a necessary evil. Perhaps this is why I prefer computer systems, ones and zeros. However, binary thinking is not conducive to modern existence. Social systems are complex webs. I think we can only navigate the gray and hope that history views us favorably.
Honestly, good methodology. You know, as much as it would be great to, like, you know, work with absolutes, ones and zeros, fact of the matter is that, you know, such binary thinking doesn't work. We're social creatures. We're emotional creatures. We don't always think like 100% or 0%.
This is locked behind some rather impressive encryption. I was able to write a program to decrypt it, but the truth is, I am stumbling in the dark at best. Not so much picking the lock as drilling through the tumblers.
Alright. What do you think is on the disc?
Considering where you found it, the logical assumption is that it holds data pertaining to a weaponized biological agent. Or pornography.
Yeah. I'll leave you to your cooking.
Feel free to come by the kitchen later. Might need a test subject.
Poor choice of words, but okay. Where's Woods in all this? What's up, Marshall? There you are.
Fuck me!
Yo, ask for help, man.
Fuck you too.
Fine, have fun.
Does it look like I'm having fun?
No, that's not what I meant. You got dealt a bad hand.
You're gonna get dealt bad hands, kid. With us, the stakes are high.
To be honest, I don't think I could have done it. Come back home after what happened in Panama. Trusted anyone again?
You keep believing in the ones who got your back. Who go to battle for you. Adler was one of those. When those records turned up after Panama, the wire transfers to Adler from Raul Menendez, two-bit dope slinger. I smelled bullshit. Adler turn against his brothers for cash? Are you kidding me?
Those threads he loves, they ain't cheap now.
Listen, I know he can be a goddamn psychopath. I get it. But he's on our side. He just got his own way of doing things.
I don't know what the rules are anymore.
You're figuring it out, kid. Handling things, making calls. I just wish I was out there kicking ass with you. Kills me to be in this thing.
Hold on now, listen. You're essential, man. All right, chair or no chair. I know you can't get around the way you used to, but this is strong. Maybe you were Captain America before, and now you're like Professor X.
Who? Get out of my face, man.
Nerd. Although you should definitely know who Captain America is. He's been around a long time. At least he kept to like only Marvel properties, weirdly enough.
Not in the mood right now. Save it, Case.
Alright, fine. Yep, and that thing just definitely has a crack because it was a thingy. Alright, so we did the full upgrades there. Nothing new there.
Hey, do me a favor and check on Felix, will you?
Yeah, I already did that. I already did the checking up on Felix thing. Adler stayed in Iraq. Naomi is elsewhere. Looks like we got more cars. Man, imagine living in a house like this, though. I wish I could. Granted, the rent wouldn't be cheap, or the place would be in, like, such a pigsty, you wouldn't exactly have a lot of free time. And the internet would be shit. Huh. Wonder who he's playing chess with. Alright, checking up on Felix. How are you?
You must be hungry.
Yes.
In a little while, Case.
Fine. Alright, let's see. What's on the board? What can we look at on the board? Uncle Sam was cooking up something special in Kentucky before the secret recipe got out. We're getting boots on the ground to find out what's going on.
Adler believed the Pantheon gained access to a military research facility called Advanced Technologies and Applications.
Sounds impressive.
Almost like
located in eastern Kentucky.
ADA.
The building is marked as Cosper Solutions on the surface. Underneath, it's a whole different story.
This place looks pretty remote.
Nothing but forests and hills. We should park a few miles out. Hike the rest of the way in.
Once we're inside, our target is the biotechnology wing. Adler thinks that's where the cradle may have come from. We need some answers on what this thing does.
Didn't you say Adler worked there at some point?
Briefly, about 10 years ago. He mentioned unusual, classified programs there using human subjects.
Jesus Christ,
And
Adler.
suddenly the place was shut down and quarantined after a biohazard incident.
The cradle.
It's sure looking that way. Seb, how's it going on your side?
Still looking for a way in. The north doors are totally sealed. You?
Case and I are in South Gate utility entrance. Looks like someone's been through here recently. Used the freight elevator. Chains broken. All right, mask going. Your turn. Hey, stop!
Are you kidding me?
Hang on, I'm... Hey!
Oh, it's in water. Okay, I was about to say, how the fuck am I alive? My mask broke. I think I'm progress. I think I'm compromised.
Seven and I will look for another way down. I'll let you know once we're inside. Go ahead and see if you can find the biotech entrance. Be careful. Try to limit any more exposure. Whatever's in here.
Joy, we get to have a fun. The fuck? Ah! Fuck you. Are they talking about like a legitimate zombie virus or some bullshit?
Attention all staff and visitors. We are currently experiencing a hazardous material incident. This is not a drill.
Yep, it has been a long fucking time since someone's been in here.
Attention all
The
staff
future unseen by the world beyond. Oh my god, the fucking Illuminati.
This is not a drill.
Advanced Combat Administration, Joint Cognitive Research. Can I go through all these things? No.
Biotechnology restricted. Please see security for access.
Fuck you. Hello?
It's for you.
Did you go to zombies? No, I went into a campaign. This is just me tripping out the fuck with a bad tape.
See you again, Case 1.
friendly reminder that most of the facility is off limits to patients. I hope you understand.
Oh.
Welcome back, Case.
What the?
Biotechnology restricted by Security Access 4.
Oh.
4 director key cards required for entry.
Uh-huh. Alright. Use the map to explore. Find the 4 director key cards needed to access the elevator. Nice. Alright, so... First level is... Cognitive. Second... So we need cognitive, advanced, administration, and biotech.
Please evacuate the facility in an orderly manner. Your cooperation is appreciated.
Bringing back memories yet?
No.
We thought we'd never see this place again.
Who the fuck is in my head?
Those are the stairs we want.
Okay. Who the fuck is watching me?
Don't worry, the cradle can't hurt us anymore. We're special.
What?
Special since we first experienced the cradle.
Oh boy.
10 years ago.
Uh-huh. Okay. 3749 L I F E. Wait, no, not L I F 9 is T. Lift. 599 lift access. There we go.
Welcome to Advanced Combat Research.
Oh boy. Whoa.
PCR employees are reminded that authorized safety equipment must be worn on the testing floor at all times.
Case might be having comms issues. Radio south for a while now.
Where are you getting any of this?
Shit everywhere. Looks like the whole place is toxic.
You don't think it can get through skin, do you?
I know why you gotta go and say something like that.
This definitely feels like a demo for, like, you know, showing, oh, this is what you can do with zombies. Oh my, why can't you?
Please join us Thursday at 4 p.m. to celebrate the retirement of Dr. Craig DeWitt.
What?
Craig, thank you for 22 years of excellence.
Lift out of order.
Fucking seriously? Whoa. Alright. So there's our access card. Oop. Fuck is... Oh, cool, a grappling hook. Is that real? I don't know if this is real. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, fuck's sake. Ah! Oh, that's crazy. Alright, that's the first card. Jesus.
Excellent work, Case. 3 more key cards to go.
Alright, can I...
Look up.
There we go. Stability versus... Alright, extended range. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the extended range. Grab the throwing knives.
Try another way up.
I'm just having a really bad trip, is what this is. None of this is real.
You're stronger and faster than the rest of us. That's what the cradle was originally designed to do.
Okay, sit rep. Haven't heard from you at all. Everything okay?
Here, cool.
The staff was absolutely thrilled with the results of last week's Cradle trial. You're exceeding all of our expectations. In fact, we think you're ready for the next step.
This, honestly, like... Didn't I call it, like, back at the beginning, or it's like, oh yeah, our character that we're playing is like some, you know, tripped out dude with like some mental nonsense. Alright. Now we need to find the next administrator's card.
They documented the making of a cradle here. They used to take their reports to the director. Now it's up to us. Maybe he'll give us his key card in return.
Oop. Shotgun with fast reload. Sure.
We found the first report. They were all complicit.
Ooh, assault rifle. That will be better than fire.
Another report.
Okay, fuck these mannequins. That's Are you fucking serious right now?
Good job. One down, 3 to go.
One.
It's 2 reports. 2 left. 3 reports. 1 more to go.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Okay, I need to find a report.
Someone left a report in the break room.
first question. Where's the break room? Is it like under the steps? Is that where I'm not looking? Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Alrighty, so.
Administration, the unsung heroes of advanced technologies and applications. Welcome to the Nerve Center. Data collection, finance, resource management. It all happens.
That's the last report.
Jesus. Oh my. Fuck you. Fuck you, fucking mannequins.
There we are.
Ah! Fuck you.
I knew we couldn't trust him. He has the key card. Don't let him get it.
Oh. The fuck? There we go.
See, he's a monster, like the rest of them. Ugh. Alright, that's number 2. Another key card. 2 left to find.
Alrighty.
Only a few know the origins of the Pantheon case. They were a CIA branch, unknown to even the other Black Ops divisions. They developed the Cradle. A new generation of operatives would be born of it.
Uh-huh. Biohazard event, evacuate immediately. Cool.
That you, Marshal? It's me. Finally. It leads the maze.
Thank God the backup power is on.
Maybe you're triggering the material.
Oof.
Airflow redirection activated.
Alright, so I got to there, I got to there, so now I need to do the red, which is down there, and yep. Ugh. Really gotta make me feel insane, don't you?
Someone left something important inside that bathysphere case.
Okay. Let's have a look. Open the bathysphere.
There it is.
Control room access gate opened.
We'll need to drain the water to get to it.
Question, how do we drain the water? Crystal. Cerveza Crystal. Alrighty, where is 9? How the fuck am I supposed to drain the water? Also, where the fuck is a flashlight? I need... I hope this is the right way.
Drain switch locked.
Oh, seriously? Why? It's never easy, is it? Never easy.
Drain switches 1, 2, and 3 unlocked. Override timer initiated. 25 seconds remaining.
Hello, esteemed visitor. Welcome to
5, 4, 3, 2.
7, 8, 3.
Manual override expired. Sequence reset.
Don't give up, Case.
Ah, because I didn't even move. There we go. Alright, so.
Drain switch locked.
Ah, okay, so I need to do it from this room first. So.
Drone switches 1, 2, and 3 unlocked. 25 seconds remaining.
There we go.
Drone activated.
Do you remember the tests in the bathysphere? After treating us with the cradle, they tried to mold us into the perfect soldier. They planned to break down the walls of mind and body.
Training complete.
Oh joy.
Bathysphere structural integrity held. Please exit the bathysphere pool immediately.
Oh, another one. Ding dong. Hi, Solo. Welcome to the stream. Oh my gosh. How's it going for you, Solo? You doing alright?
The Cradle Project failed us, Case. We were out of control, violent, maniacal. And in our rage, we sabotaged this facility. Contaminated it with the same poison that runs in our veins. Remember?
No, I do not remember any of this. I am only playing Case after, like, you know, he did all this stuff, okay? This is... Woods? Where the fuck is what is Woods doing here? Woods! Jesus fucking Christ! That is totally not going to be traumatizing to Woods or whoever.
You're not alone.
Yeah, no shit, I'm not alone.
I think Springer mentioned this already, but we're moving you to 24-hour observation. Restraints may be necessary at times as well. I sincerely apologize. Just until we understand these recent behavioral changes. Safety is our top priority.
Oh, joy.
If you suspect unauthorized access to joint operations, please report it immediately. Thank you.
Track it down, Case. It has the keycard we need.
The fuck? Ow!
It's hiding again.
Oh, that loads up real quick. Find it. Oh boy, that's all of them.
Excellent work. That's all the keycards. They tried so hard to protect the Cradle Case, but the side effects couldn't be stopped. As we know, we were the first and last trial volunteer. So its makers repurposed it into a biological weapon instead.
Director keycard accepted. Director keycard accepted.
Evacuate.
Director keycard accepted.
Brr, 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 brr.
Director keycard accepted. Access to biotechnology granted.
Ooh boy. Alright, we're doing all this while, like, you know, under some sort of biological weapon nonsense that we are somehow immune to.
Livingston is uncomfortable with their methods. Afterwards, we will rehabilitate.
Oh. So Livingston asked for this shit. Hello?
Remember your training, Case 1. You can never speak of the Cradle program or the Pantheon division. Never. Doing anything so could happen. Unpredictable consequences.
Consequences like these? The fuck is you? Ow, getting flashbanged isn't great.
I think he's coming too. It'll be okay. Whatever trip you've been on, I'm glad I wasn't invited. Easy on your feet. Can't believe you even made it up here.
Case, we have something. Check it out. Someone took a large batch of whatever this stuff is. Last summer, by the looks of it.
The Pantheon. This must be the cradle.
What is it? A hallucinogen?
Seems so. Case, you were ready to tear us both apart. Never seen that look in your eyes before. Hope we don't see it again. So get the hell out of here.
Oof. Not a good sight.
Hey, something you should see.
No popcorn?
I'm serious.
Well, you got my attention. You cracked the disc.
Indeed.
No. You must
December
make
29th,
sure.
1990.
Yes, you have it.
Ready, Dr. Gusev?
Bring her in. Test subject 18 has been infected with the cradle. She's now in proximity to our control subject. Transmission should occur momentarily.
It's a biological weapon. You know this already.
Keep watching.
It's a zombie virus.
Is it faster this time?
Faster, yes. And more aggressive, as requested.
Wonderful.
Isn't that your friend? Harrow?
You did it.
Apparently so.
Turn it off.
There's still a few more minutes.
Yeah. I love how the German's just like, there's still a few more minutes. I feel like that's important few minutes. We don't know who else is working with Harrow, especially since we no longer can trust her either.
Need you.
Mm-hmm. What's with the...
Grab the other end, will you?
What's the point of the tarp?
Good to see you up. I imagine that bender you were on is still taking a toll. And you know, learning that your friend is a huge bitch. At least you missed the house collapse last night. Right into the water. I don't know about you, but I might start sleeping outside.
Oh.
Right here. Somebody! I don't want to bother Marshall.
When did that happen? Oh shit, when did that happen?
Okay.
Listen. I was able to isolate Gusev's audio. This moment in the background. Now.
Still waiting for B-24, a wire from Fuchina.
B-24, a wire from Fuchina.
Who the hell's Fuchina?
I have no idea.
Not who. What? Fucina is the Casino Lutazzi. Only the Lutazzis and their business partners use that alias. Adler suspected an Avalon faction was connected with the Pantheon. Now we know.
Not bad. What about B-24?
I have done some work for the Lutazzis, regrettable yet profitable. I have a contact that might be willing to shed light on that.
Let's help Felix connect the dots here. So have you two. We need a plan.
Marshall! Can I talk to you?
You're unusually quiet.
Give me a hand with this.
Harrow meant that much to you?
We working or we talking?
Not trying to push. But it's clear you're taking this pretty hard.
Yeah, wouldn't you?
Yes. I suppose I would. And did.
Don't.
Actually, I want to hear
act
this.
like you know how I'm feeling.
Your pain is your own, Marshall. But I'm no stranger to betrayal.
Yeah? How about when the person you trusted the most turns out to be a supervillain? How about that?
Tragedy is not a competition.
I don't want a pep talk right now.
I am trying to tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
And you think that this is what I need right now?
I was once like you. Did what I was told. trusted what the people in my life told me. Know what that got me?
A life of crime.
Loss. The only person real in my life. The only person who saw me. The real me. Gone. Forever. And I pulled the trigger.
Say it, bud.
No, the rules have changed! But the game hasn't. Either accept defeat or take a stand.
Yep. Oopsies.
Case. Beginning to think you're invincible.
Sometimes it feels that way. I was part of a cradle experiment years ago, run by the Pantheon. It changed me.
Talk about it.
You still with me?
You concerned about Marshall at all?
Nah. Kid's grown up a lot last couple weeks. This might feel like a nasty setback, but he'll pick himself back up. He's resilient. I got faith in that son of a bitch.
We heard from Adler yet?
Yeah, he called. Said he won't be home in time for dinner. He's still searching for Gusev in Iraq. Every lead's a dead end so far. But quit ain't in Adler's vocabulary, so we'll see.
Do you think Livingston is working with Harrow?
Is Livingston a world-class asshole? Abso-fucking-lutely. But Harrow? She's unhinged. Not sure if I buy them being in the same league.
What about the mole in Panama?
Do I think it was Harrow? Don't know. Probably. Pantheon's got a war chest. Could be she traded me, Mason, and Hudson for a mountain of cash. Raul Menendez is swimming in drug money. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Shit's getting heavy.
Woods is pretty good. Shame he's stuck in his chair. He's also stuck in a fairly shitty chair because it's the 1990s and they didn't really think of, like, you know, disability in that fashion.
No one here believes you're contagious, Case. But a little more space, if you don't mind.
Alright, what are some things I can upgrade that might be useful? I'm not really using those. Plumbing knife I haven't used. Supercharge. Enemies hit by the disruptor. I don't know what they're on about. Carry additional expendable equipment. Kinetic. Alright. Next mission. Here we are, casino. Felix dug into the video on that disc and heard Pantheon referencing a casino in Avalon. Think it's time to brush up on my poker skills.
B-24, it turns out, refers to a safe deposit box contained within the Casino Lutazi's archive room. As for the wire mentioned on the disc, I assume the Pantheon is funding their research through laundered casino money.
Whatever's in that box, my money says it points us right to Gusev.
That's the hope. So we're gonna blow open their vault, but it's not the cash we're after.
Inside the vault is the only place I can override the archive room's security.
And while the Lutazis are distracted by our heist, Case is gonna infill the archive room and find the box.
Even getting close to that room will be tough.
Not if casino security escorts Case right into the wing containing the archive room.
Where they usually question persons of interest.
Case is going to get captured on purpose.
Precisely.
Again. This is not the first time I've been captured on purpose.
At the high roller.
Hey, look out, a random Yeen. Ah! Why you say fuck you to me? What did I do wrong?
Hiding in that casino.
You don't like it? I told you what I was doing. I told you what I was up to. Then it was like, you know, like an hour ago. It was like, hey, I'm in Iraq. And then we're no longer in Iraq. And now we're in somewhere.
Ciao, welcome to Casino Lutazzi.
Chips, please. Your boy here is feeling real lucky.
Very good, signore. Do you have any weapons that need to be checked?
Right. Probably don't want sore losers walking around strapped.
Grazie. Enjoy.
Nice.
This place
Did
is
you see
something
it?
else.
What did I miss? Unnamed. You said "fuck you, Grant, love you," and then Big DJ gave me a help.
B1G_DJ demands you drink.
Yep. All right. Drinkies.
I wasn't here to gamble. Guild business. It wasn't pretty. These days, Casino Lutazzi is a neutral space. The other Avalon factions respect that.
Cool. Oh, in case so, Quinty Royale, 10 Jack King Queen. Okay, cool. So normal rules. All right. I need to find the high rollers. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I think I'm going to call it a night.
Ooh.
What? Why?
Ciao, signore. You look like someone who appreciates luxury and finesse. And an edge.
Thank you.
Time to play some poker, Marshal. Gotta win that hoity-toity high roller bar.
Alrighty.
Only way we'll get access to the lounge.
Cerveza Cristal. We're gonna go gambling. We're gonna go gambling. Good night. Yep.
Don't mind if I do.
There is no shame in losing, Mr.
Marshall.
Mr. Marshall.
Welcome, Signore. The game is Hold'em Poker, with the winner receiving the high roller bar.
Uh-huh.
Looking forward to it.
Okay. Meanwhile, William over here is swimming in the fucking sewers.
You know the score. Gotta tap all 3 junction boxes to give me the full view. Look out, someone's calling back up.
Stealth is not in the forte. Running and gunning.
All quiet on comms. You're clear. Back to dealing with those junction boxes.
Nice. Alright, cool. Junction box number 1.
Camera feed up. Got eyes on the main floor. Real swanky. 2 to go.
How's it going on name, by the by? When I show up in time in Gumbo and they don't let you play poker.
Security room feeds.
Wait. So you're telling me betting my children's hospital money is a CIA operation? Don't worry, I'm sure you can blame it on someone else. Yep, absolutely, we'll blame it on someone else. You're just EP unnamed? Fair enough. It is going like fairly into the day, I will be real with you. Like, I've already been streaming for like the last, how long is it? 6 hours just playing Call of Duty. Like, the campaign's fun, don't get me wrong. Oop.
A lot of firepower hanging on those walls.
Yep, cool.
That takes care of the cameras. Time to head inside and give yourself up, Case. They'll haul you to the back of the casino. Get you close to the archive room.
Uh-huh.
Actually, Some security waiting outside the door. This should be easy.
Mm-hmm. Noted. Convinced Frack to get War Thunder freemium, so War Thunder for a bit now. Oh my goodness, you're just never gonna give up on War Thunder.
Well, what do we have here? Looks like a little sewer rat. Let's talk. In private.
Cool.
That'll do it. Case is in. Marshal, your time to shine. Win that table and you'll have access to the High Roller Lounge.
Is Zeebs gonna play War Thunder? At some point in the future, no doubt.
Generous.
But I'm not gonna be getting War Thunder Premium. I already spend money on the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward and the award-winning Stormblood expansions up to level 70, with no restrictions on playtime.
Camera feed behind that schmuck. Time to turn your luck around.
We here to talk or play cards?
Mm-hmm.
Bet.
Bet.
Call.
A fearless American does not know when to take a bow, huh?
Bet.
I can't see his damn cards. Shake things up a little.
See that secret? You sure you only got 2 cards there?
Mr. Marshall learned grace and humility, but not arithmetic.
He's got 9 and 10 of clubs. Nothing there. Raise.
Oh, hell yeah.
Raise.
Such confidence.
You'll give me 1 bit to play War Thunder?
Should I practice mercy,
He's bluffing. He still ain't got shit.
Signore Bado checks.
Raise it.
Signore Marshall bets.
You got this, motherfucker.
Call. And now, the final card.
His only chance is... God damn, lucky bastard got us straight.
All in.
Sev, do your thing. Marshall, whatever's up your sleeve, time to use it.
Your drink, signore.
So he's
You must be...
I'm so sorry, sir. Please let me help.
What are you doing?
I'm terribly sorry.
4 of a kind.
Leave me alone, huh?
Oh, man. You need a minute?
No.
I'm pretty sure a 4 of a kind is gonna beat us straight.
All in. Gentlemen, showdown please. 4 jacks.
What?
Signor Marshall wins.
Nice.
How did this happen? Yeah.
Good game.
Wait, so he had a straight, so...
What?
Hang on, so if you have...
The underscore phantom underscore master 117 paid me to say the underscore phantom underscore master 117 paid me to say your smexy himbo hooter zebra dad bod grants dad bod.
Alright, so 4 of a... Okay, so a straight is... Alright, so there's a pair. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 2 pair. Brelen is 8, 8, 8. Wait, hang on. I can't fucking read this. Alright, hang on. So, we got... So, alright, so that's a royal flush. That's a straight flush. That's a that's 2 pair. 10, jack... Or, no, sorry, that's 4 of a... That's 4 of a kind. That's a full house. 2, 5... That's a flush. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's a straight. So I could have done either a flush, I could either have done a flush or a full house, and I still would have beaten him. Okay, cool. All right, so it didn't matter which one really. I thought it was gonna, you know, fuck up. But hey, I reckon 4 of a kind, good one. That's one I would actually like continually like up and such. Yo, what's up?
Sorry, signore. You'll need
one of these.
Boom.
Congratulations. Come right in.
Gotta go to eat dinner. Not to worry, Phantom. Thank you for joining in for as long as you did.
You can place the scrambler on the slot machine closest to the double doors.
Felix, you're almost up.
Hey, something's happening. Wait, no. I need you all to clear the area. You cannot climb these windows. Signore, stop. Signore, please. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Please, the machine is malfunctioning. You can't climb.
That dude just running the fuck away.
Finally, hook you.
What seems to be the problem?
Are you serious?
Management that these machines seemed particularly temperamental. Like I told you, the problem isn't the machines. I'll need to reset the cell.
Do it.
Hey, man. This lady needs a bucket to carry those winnings.
Signore, I'm sorry.
Or maybe some of those canvas bags with some big dollar signs on them.
Please understand, there's been a technical issue with working
Now get to the server room and reset those slot machines, Felix.
Yep. Alrighty, fine. You drive a hard 2 bits, and that's my final offer. I feel like $1.
Never show your face around here again. I'm not the guy. You think Signor Lutazzi doesn't know who you are and what you do?
Hey, what's taking so long? We need these slots back up. Need to reset that server, Felix. We're good now. Grazie.
Now, to reprogram this keycard. After that, we'll have access to the armory and elevator.
Alright, wait, hang on. So...
Use that keypad, Felix.
Alright, 8012. Or, it takes me only 2 goes. Fantastic.
Heading into heavy security. Stay in the blind spots.
I'd wager the previous code will work here as well. The computer I need is in this room. I can use it to reprogram the keycard.
Confermo. Vai a verificare. Se trovi qualcosa fammi sapere.
Capo.
Parla pure. Trovato niente?
Area sicura.
Ho sentito.
I see the computer in the corner.
Ok, torniamo indietro.
Confermo.
Giving the keycard armory and elevator access.
See...
B1G_DJ paid me to say how about $2.
Mission failed because you're in me. Damn it. How about 2 buckets? Alright. Alright. Are we doing it? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Unnamed, for contributing $35. Are we gonna be playing War Thunder? I will get you premium and force you to play with me. If you quit now, you will lose all progress since your last checkpoint. Yeah, I already failed. Alright, looks like we're gonna be playing some War Thunder if I have that available. Let's play it for a little bit, shall we? We're gonna play it for just a little bit. A little bit. Let me update my what's-a-mahoozy stuff. Alright, so PNGTuber Grant got paid $2 to play War Thunder. And then change it from Black Ops 6 to War Thunder. Why is there... There we go. War Thunder. Alright, we'll play it for a little bit, okay? Imagine if Grant goes offline right now. What? You mean as if I just... It's your stream now, is it? Your stream now. Alright, hang on. Where's my War Thunder? I need to look for it. Vroom. 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 There we go. I could just invade your secret chat, or I like get into my chat if you want to play War Thunder with me. With me. Come to secret chat? Alright, fine. We're going to the secret chat. Hello.
Yeah.
You're on stream.
Yeah.
Aren't you excited?
Hi, chat. I'm fucking tired. Why
Why are you fucking tired?
I've been working all day. Saturday working, and and I gotta do that tomorrow. It's the whole reason why I'm not streaming is I'm just overworked.
Uh-huh. Alright.
Hi, Big DJ.
Hello. So yeah, I got work tomorrow because today is Sunday for me, and tomorrow is a Monday. But thankfully, I also get paid on the Tuesday, which is nice.
No, land. Scammed.
So I'm guessing the two of you are playing the flight variant, whereas I'm a middling tank runner.
If you want to be tank, I don't care. I really don't care.
All
But
right.
we will be, if we go tank, we might be dictated by what Frack can run.
Fair enough. I mean, let's be real. I'm also at a fairly low number as well with the Americas. I'm only at like what 4 point something. Run the test to get recognized. Hang on. Why is there like no? There we go. Haven't logged in here for a whiles, and I get upon activation plus 10% lions for all battle and mission rewards, or at least 20 missions. Sure, let's get that activated. My god, this fucking music.
Did you kill all your planes yet, Frack? I'm ready to leave this battle.
I'm on the last one.
You're on your last
Invitation.
plane? Right.
Invite your friends to join War Thunder. Share the link below with your friends on social media.
Yeah!
And get 70k for each friend who purchases a vehicle of rank 3 in the aviation or army tree, or rank 3 in the fleet trees.
And that's not purchase in real money. That's like actually just progress in the game that far.
Oh my goodness. Also,
It's already copied. Link copied to the keyboard, copy to the clipboard. It's already there.
It's already there, so if I just... Oh my god, I can just paste it in!
Yeah, it just automatically does it for you.
Alright, cool. Alright, so there's
I'm returning the
Bezushi,
hanger,
there's
let me see.
Poggles. Where the fuck... In-game right now, with your fucking chibi.
I'm going. GrantZeebs, invite. You're not in my clan? You don't have the Yena tag?
No, and I don't need it.
Yes, you do. You get squadron points, don't you know?
I did not know. I'm gonna add you.
And the
to
squadron points. Did you know squadron points, chat? If you're in my squad, you get squadron points, and you can unlock cool vehicles like the Nighthawk that's releasing in the next update. That's what I got. That was it. That was my pitch.
Oh, okay. So yeah. All right. So right now
You also get air jobs.
All right.
It's kind of like a paw job, but in the air.
All right. So I can run. I already have like a 1.3 tank build at the ready. If you would like.
Oh, I'm so dead.
What do you mean you're so dead?
He's still in game.
Okay.
He's still getting his ass kicked. Yeah. Yeah. Premium's 50% off if you get 90 days.
Yeah, so
minimum of 90 days.
You need to research this vehicle before you can purchase it. So yeah, so it looks like I've got 3.7s and 3s and 3s. And I'm guessing, yep, that's all in my army nonsense. The Grant 2.3 running that.
Oh, that's right.
Tank. What are the conditions? Son of Thunder, the release of War Thunder Mobile. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta play War Thunder Mobile to get it.
How
Let's
high
see how
I go in American tanks.
Yeah, let's see how fucked we are in American
You
tanks.
can go other countries as well.
I go 1.7 in American.
Alright, let me change myself to the 1.3 over here, and yeah.
I have 3.3 in German.
Wait, are you high?
Well, if we're doing... Actually, if we're playing arcade, it doesn't matter what army you pick.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So...
In that case, I will run German, and we can go all the way up to... Oh, I can't do 3.3.
You can't do 3.3?
Yeah, I misunderstood.
You misunderstood the assignment.
So yeah.
Yes.
So I can do 1.7. That's like my high. What's your... Will it like tell me your armies? No, it will not. Why not?
If you hover over the person in the bottom right, it'll tell you what their current deck is built for.
Oh, it just tells me the planes.
Well, it's because that's the deck I'm looking at. For me, it doesn't matter, because I'm all over the place.
Yeah.
Like my highest tier for army is 11.7.
Mm-hmm.
So I see your 1.3.
Yep. So I got a 1.3 over here, and then this is a 3.7.
Mm-hmm.
God, the AA is terrible.
Round arcade. There it is. 3.7 is your high. 2.3 is Frack's high.
All right, let me do some adjustments then on the...
I think.
On this one here. So...
Let me see where I am with...
So, dink, dunk. Yep, alright, so let me choose the crew. So I'll put, 2.7 is what we're running?
2.3?
2.3, okay. 2.3.
2.3, yeah, 2.3 is the allowed high for... And make sure when you're in your research tier in the bottom right where it says a little yellow, it says arcade, make sure it says arcade and not realistic. Or auto select works too.
Wait, what?
So just to get an accurate number of what your battle ratings are, in the bottom right of your research tree that you're looking at, there'll be like a drop down menu that says auto select. Yeah, just make sure it says arcade.
Yeah. Alright, so there's... Alright, this guy I need to change out, so I can't have a 3.3 running. Can I swap you out? Change vehicle. Alright, so you can do a 1.7... Alright, so I got 2.3, 1.7, 2.3... This is a 2.7, let me change the vehicle to 2. And then change you to a... Fuck it. Let's go 1. There we go. Alright. Is there a way for me to rename this shit? Hey there, Lou. Welcome to the stream.
Blip.
Blip, 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 blip.
Merp.
Merp. Merp. I'm ready.
Merp. Merp.
That's it.
I am just about ready.
There's gotta be a way for me. You know what's gonna be funny? I forgot most of my controls.
That's fine.
I know, and I definitely have changed controls. So, alright, so left is the...
Somehow I end up back in
is the
American.
secondary, space is the machine gun, left controls the thingy, E.
Oh, you get kicked back to America because the mission we were on just ended and it was giving us our rewards.
Yep. Basic expert.
Everyone's deck looks pretty okay.
Yep. Logistics. Airspeed.
I'm gonna do it.
Arcade. Upgrade qualifications you can purchase for... it's not really worth.
How's it going, Frag? You good with your deck yet?
Yeah, I'm just adding some decorations.
You're putting your pumpkin on?
No. You know, I'll put on this one.
Spin!
Actually, you don't see what I'm doing, so hang on, let me...
I see it. I'm watching. It takes like 5 seconds.
Takes like 5 seconds. Nice. I'm glad that the delay is not that high.
Nani?
Oh, actually, I cannot stream at like 1440p. All right.
Yeah. Don't do that.
720, 15 frames a second.
That is more than enough. I just need the reference. That's all I need. Spin. Why are you all doing this? What are you all doing this Halloween? I'm not very big on Halloween, unfortunately.
And you're in America.
I'm a boring fuddy-duddy. Growing up, the smell of costume latex like did a number on me as a kid, and I'm just repulsed. I think it's so cool, like Halloween stuff, but it's just like it's not me, and I hate that. Oh, everyone's ready.
Yeah.
Let me click 2.3. We're going.
So I live in Australia, and I live in an apartment, so there isn't going to be people knocking on my door for confectionaries or anything like that. I can't eat the confectionaries because I'm on the diet of like the shakes and what have you. So I am just going to be having my zebra next week dressed up in his Halloween costume.
What a terrible costume.
To determine a vehicle's weak. If the gunner is knocked out, the vehicle will not be able to fire for a while. Take some time to replace them with another crew member. Yes.
Mine says, "Do not stand near. Do not be near a bomb when it explodes." That's my hint.
We gotta do a conquer.
Easy. There's only one spawn. We all get to spawn together. We all got to be a happy family.
One big happy family. Press F1 to view controls. Cool. Oh, no, not those kinds of controls. Thought it would be more, but okay. Alright, I'm gonna go with my M3 Lee for some heavy power. Wait, what the...
I'm gonna go with the meme tank.
What's the meme tank? Like the M22?
You'll see it. No. I'm playing British.
Your vehicle.
Oh, these? My boobies? My mesa fucking turrets? All of them?
Get out of the way! Oh, that's...
God, this tank is ungodly fast. Why?
Attention to the designated grid square. Attention to the map.
I'm catching up.
Oh, you got your fucking pumpkin and witch hat on.
Jesus Christ, G-Slate over here. Just
Spooky
fucking,
time.
like, whipping it.
He just did a jump.
My friend Quaggles much rather prefers, like, the more realistic flight. Not like the simulator one, but the next level up. So he's just like, does not... Like, he thinks arcade is just fucking dumb as shit.
I think your stream looks a little choppy. I don't know if you need to stream to me anymore. Maybe that'll help it out a bit.
Nah, I think it just needs to refresh, because it looked...
Grant, do you see my tank?
Oh, wait, no. My thing is skipping frames due to encoding. Okay. Oh, shit.
Yeah, so, like, so don't stream to me in Discord.
Oh, shit. Critical hit. Hit. Yeah. Yes, Chunky, you can take the hit for me. Stop.
Damn it.
Streaming. There we go. Oh, the driver is unconscious.
They hit me in the pumpkin.
Why did you let them hit you in the pumpkin? You should have driven on the point. Get them points. Get them free points. Oh no, I missed the free points.
There we go. Damn. Yeah, he got all my crew. Simple as that. That was broken.
Simple as.
Simple as.
Simple like the way you're meant to be.
Well, I died. No kills. Oofies. Nobody on our team. Oh yeah, a couple of people on human kills. Never mind.
I didn't.
I got a kill.
I got a kill.
Visit centrallink.gov.au to find out how to get paid to play. What?
What?
What? In chat. In chat in the game.
Oh, in the game. I thought you were saying your chat, and I was like, are you in the middle of streaming as well?
I am not.
Alright.
Hey, no, there's Australians here.
Oh my gosh, I need to double check where we are with the count for the Queensland election at one point, unfortunately. Oof.
Oofies. Chat, hi, I miss you, chat. This is...
Where the fuck is that guy going?
Who's over here? Oh, that's Frack. Frack, what are you doing up there? You're gonna die. You will die up there.
I'm stuck.
You're repairing?
Why am I repairing? I didn't get hit. Not that I know of.
You
I have
hit
23
somebody.
seconds.
No, this guy.
What the hell? This guy's using me as armor.
No, he's repairing you. That's what I was trying to do.
Oh. Oh no, don't chat.
It's just...
Oh shit, I didn't realize there was someone up there to do
I gotta
it.
drive. I gotta drive over there and help Grant.
Oh, I see it. Come on, repair. A little bit further. Yeah! Crew knocked out. Fuck you. 2 targets destroyed. You and your fucking
Guy really
boat.
close to you.
Oh, no. That breaks his reload.
Oh!
Aw, you turned just to the right time, you mother... Fuck.
I'm trying to get up there. There's no way.
Shit.
Not from this
Nah,
angle.
You got me. I'm stuck. And there's a Panzer right... Yep. Is it me that you lost mass, or your eyes seem funny? Okay, so... What Insomnia for the base level? So this isn't meant to be the D-himbo form. This is apparently the base form. But I will be real with you. Yes, it does feel like a little, you know, not the appropriate volume like compared to other volume. And I was using the PNGTuber because I was playing Call of Duty Black Ops earlier, which is a lot more game intensive. And then someone gave me $2 to play this game.
Yeah.
But you know what? You know what this means, though. Now, someone is gonna have to get the next time someone's like, "Hey, you want to play War Thunder?" It's gonna be $3. It's just gonna keep on going up.
Just make it a thing.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're winning. We just need to keep holding the point, and we're good. Frack, why are you so far ahead, Frack?
Well, there was nobody in the way, and I kind of got lost. It's okay, we can flank.
I don't know if it's flanking if everyone knows that we're going that way.
Flanking is just getting them from the rear.
Yeah, flanking doesn't have to be sneaky. You just gotta, the guy on the point. There's a guy on the point.
Oh, there he is. Oh, I didn't see him. He's right here.
Oh, damn it.
I drove past the enemy for a second.
Nice try, fucker. Excuse me while that shit gets repaired.
I almost drove straight into his fucking, crosshairs.
Come on, you son of a bitch.
Trying to haul in there. Get on the point. Capture that point.
Yeah, what do you think I'm doing right now?
Yeah, Big DJ, what did you do? You gave $2? Damn. I can't believe Grant. I can't believe what a whore Grant is. $2 to have fun with your friends. I got you, don't worry.
Thank you for the assistance on the repair.
Oh, hello. Oh, you're not going anywhere, Grant. You're coming with me.
No, no, what are you doing? Stop it!
Come on, Grant. You're coming
Stop
with me.
Stop towing me!
Come on, Grant. You're going for a walk. We're going for a walk, Grant.
Watcher underscore the underscore meat kick demands you drink.
You press 0. Press 0. There you go. I accidentally pressed it, and I'm like, oh, I noticed I can leash the Grant.
I almost fucked up. Yay, mission accomplished. Casually grabbing your friend's tank in the rear. Yes. That's exactly what Unnamed did. Hey, I came third in the team.
Wow, you came third?
You came?
You came?
I did better than both you and Frack.
Okay, doing better than me is not really an accomplishment. Sorry to say.
No excuse. No excuse.
Like, you need to get good.
I'm playing British tanks. These are not exactly known for their for anything.
Yep. Alright, I need to refill my drink. Sorry.
Hi, Chad. It's me. I'm in charge now. What you should do is you should all unfollow Grant right this second.
Don't unfollow me.
Unfollow Grant. You should follow me. My name's unnamed47 whatever 471. I don't know where I am. You can follow me anywhere. Just Google it. Shit, dude. Like, I'm not your dad. Just fucking Google me. You'll find me. Yeah, just fucking Google me, dude. Just fucking Google me. I'm kind of a big yeen. Yeah, did you know GrantZeebs is also gonna be found at GrantZeebs.com? The GrantZeebs.com website doesn't work.
Okay, the GrantZeebs.com domain is used for the blue sky. If I was a clever Zeebs, I would just have it direct towards blue sky. Actually, I should do that. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I don't know why you just don't do that. You're welcome.
Give me a second. Now, because here's the thing is, like, I'm using GrantZeebs, like, / and a lot of other things. So hang on a second. Let me just go to...
Just for that, hey, Mods, can you give me a shout out? Like, just shout me out. I think I deserve it for that. Mods, if you're awake, please.
Wait, LNP, one queen... Wait, which one's the LN... Oh, fuck's sake. God damn it. The Liberal National Party, the conservative ones, got into fucking... Why? Who the... Queensland election. How bad of a loss was it?
Man, I should have voted.
You couldn't vote in this one.
I can vote wherever I want. I'm American.
State... let's have a look. So... The official... So in the official first preference, 32% voted for the Australian Labor Party, with 42% voting for the Liberal National Party. Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? Why do we go through this back and forth in Australia? Can't wait for shit to, you know, start charging us more in an attempt to, like, recover the economy, despite the fact the whole point of the government is to spend money to improve the economy on us. You're not going to solve the, like, Liberal Party's not going to solve the housing, Liberal Party's not going to solve the housing, Liberal Party is going to take away abortion rights.
Frack, are you ready? Like, what are you doing?
I was thinking about gambling.
Stop. We're in Grant stream. Get ready. We're going in. We need content. You know how we get content? by putting a rope around Grant and then having him go for walkies in his tank.
Lol.
That's how we get content.
All right. So hang on a second. So
Gambo.
Cloud Flare domain direct to site. How to redirect one domain to another. You can set up a redirect directly. Cool. Use redirect rules to forward traffic. Oh, never mind. I'm back in the game.
That's right. Same map.
Yeah.
But from the opposite side.
American votes are twice as powerful? Oh, yeah. I believe that. Depends on the American, though.
Grant's vote, it's actually half.
Yeah, well, I'm in Virginia. Like, they're not getting a larger vote as, like, what, Idaho? What's the battleground states? Because they got less than 100,000.
Who's the hoe?
Idaho.
Damn, Grant. I'm glad you're accepting that.
Ohio.
Ohio.
Oh, we're coming in from the other side. You're gonna have a terrible time.
Grant, look at my pumpkin.
I saw, and I'm moving on. Speed
Question for everyone.
Is the advantage here.
I'm going fast.
Question for everyone.
You right now.
Do tell me what is the question, Mittens. Or Mitkit. How much energy does it take to boil a room temperature of a gallon of water?
In Fahrenheit or Celsius? Because I don't know.
How fast do you want it? Like,
if you do it in Fahrenheit, it's quicker. Did you know that?
Fuck.
Because you can use the temperature from all the angry Celsius users.
Ow! Are you?
No! Leave him alone! Leave him alone! Ow! Fuck! I shielded you, Grant.
Thank you. Target destroyed because his ammo dumped. Nope, someone on the roof.
I can't shoot. I can shoot. I can't aim.
Can you fight?
No,
Barely.
they hit my ammo.
But now I'm dead.
Damn.
Alright. Ding. You know what? M3 Lee. Fuck it. Come on. Come on. There we go.
You're taking the damn point.
Oh, okay. Now I know what I'm doing.
Oh, son of a bitch. I just got to the front line. Oh, I'm on my third and last tank. Ooh.
Already?
How? I drove as fast as I can to the front line, and then it just died.
Fuck's sake.
Shit, I don't think we're getting out of this one.
No, but we can try. Do you believe in the heart of the cards?
It's still...
No, bro.
It's still early. We just need to be, you know... Rather than, like, rushing it and such, we need to be a little bit more mindful of their advantage.
Still early. You're in your third tank.
Yeah, so are you.
Yeah, that's late. We're gonna die now. Like, that's all we get. We have 3 tanks.
I realize that.
And we're good players. That means our team.
Nice try. Come on.
Oh, there it is.
Never mind. Yeah,
I told you, Grant. I fucking told you.
Yeah, you told me. You told me.
You're gonna spectate me? I'm still alive for now.
Let me see.
Where are you?
Oh, not for long. Riveting gameplay.
Yeah.
Turning a hanger at that point.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Cool. Mission in progress. Nice. Cool.
Good job, Froggy. You certainly carried us.
Why is there a battle pass?
It's always a
Get
battle
the
pass, and
intelligence
sometimes they're
rate
good.
required.
Battle pass.
Most of them are garbage. You want that plane? That plane looks like shit.
You look like shit.
This plane looks like shit. I don't want it. Oh.
I'm gambling.
Oh, it's got... What bomb is that? No way. No way.
What?
It's got a radio-guided bomb.
Is that good?
World War II era. It's a World War II. It's very early guided bomb tech. It's kind of shit, but like you can kind of glide it to where you need it to be.
Okay.
So that's pretty. It's pretty okay. It's pretty okay. It's pretty okay. Pixelate the Zeeb. It didn't work.
You did. It did pixelate me.
I don't see it. Doesn't work on my screen.
You didn't see it in time.
What the fuck, Richard?
What the fuck, Richard?
Hey, Frank, did you tell Grant about your depression lamp?
You have a depression lamp?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an oil lamp. Except
Come
it's
on.
really small. So instead of calling it a hurricane lamp, well, what's smaller than a hurricane?
I don't know.
Tropical storm, but what's smaller than that is a tropical depression. So it's my
Same-
tropical depression lamp.
Same map. I'm going to shit.
Also, thank you for the $35 contribution where you just wrote War Thunder? Alright, I'm gonna...
You're getting premium?
No, I'm not getting premium. They contribute it to the treadmill. It's going to the treadmill.
Yeah. It was something that was in my balance on my throne, and apparently if you have a balance on your throne, you can use that for other creators.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. So yeah.
So, and that can happen. That can happen if like you have an Amazon thing on there where they check the Amazon price and the price is lower, so the money stays with the creator. They don't keep it. Which I think that's pretty decent of Throne to do.
Yeah, I think so too.
Who's shooting trees?
That was me. Fuck off. Let me shoot the trees. Think I'm the fucking Lorax? You speak for the trees, huh? They're gonna flank us. They're gonna do the same fucking maneuver where they go around the left. Yeah, that guy's gonna be a problem. That T-28. I'm gonna push. I'm gonna push. Oh, I'm not gonna push. Oh shit!
Are you alive?
Team! I'm alive, team! Team, help me! I popped smoke! Shit. If my gun gets activated, you're fucked. Oh, I have to reload. Wait for crew member. There we go. I'm reversing.
Oh, and M3. Can't see shit through the M3.
Ooh. There is a guy trying to be cheeky over here. He doesn't know that I know he's here, and I'm about to fucking kill him. Unless he knows I am here. He knows I am here.
But does he know that you know that he's there?
I'm also putting artillery on him, so he can just stay there. And he's a...
Ah!
Oh, he killed me. I can't believe it. He got me.
I can't believe it's not butter.
How do I mark people?
You can, click, pressing left alt, and you can click on the map on the left. Or for us, you can press the X button, unless it's not bound for you. Like I could do that.
Yep.
I could do that.
I pointed at something that was red, and I still got a crew knockout instead of it just being like a, oh, ricochet or non-pen. Alright, let's go for the fast boy.
Our team seems to be holding a good line there. Oh shit, did I fuck up? I'm hitting the jump! Lost the fucking car. All of our teams in spawn. Uh-oh. No, Grant! You're a fucking fire!
I'm on my way.
Let me...
Ow, fuck! Why? You're in front of me! I don't like this game anymore.
You just don't like it that I was the one that, like, didn't die.
You were like slowly moving your ass in, your turret's pointing the wrong fucking direction, and they're like,
I was in the middle
you see
of
that fucking hyena behind them?
repairs.
Shoot the fucking game, and then they just shot me. Oh no! You better fucking shoot those planes!
I'm not going down there. That's a bad move.
You know what? I'm gonna go into gunning these guys. I got a pretty good.
How do I save my thingamadiggy?
Save
Oh,
the
it got 2
thingamadiggy.
hits. Oh, hello. I see you.
I've got 10 seconds to get bombs on target. That's not gonna happen.
Safe and sound. Oh. Aircraft destroyed. Oh, non-penetration. God damn you.
Rename the stream into Zebra Struggles to Penetrate.
Non-penetration. Let's get rid of Critical hit. Are you shitting me right now? Come on.
Why is he looking at me? Dude, stop looking at me, dude. There you go. Free kill. My kill.
Thank you.
I got the final blow, just like college.
Woo! Hey, you got more hits than me this time. Yay, and I got a battle chest that gives me... 5 backup vehicles. So, one for the M24, the M3 Lee, the M4, the M4A1, and the M4A1 105. Yay. First strike.
I unlocked this.
Help repairing.
I unlocked the British Steward.
Nice. Defeat.
I get to be a fast
in
boy.
the Carlia mission. No shit. Yes, I kind of figured it was that.
I just realized I never put my body pillows on my tank.
Amazing.
I'm so mad. There was a femboy body pillow, but it's Japanese region locked.
What?
Yeah, apparently there is there's a Japanese self-defense force that one of their units has a mascot who is a femboy fox.
Right.
And in commemoration for that unit, War Thunder released they released a body pillow in game of him and a female variant with big titties.
Cool.
And then they region locked it. And if you get caught with it in game and you're not a Japanese player, you can get banned. People are angry. I am angry. I wanted it.
Who are we waiting on?
Someday we'll get something cool like that.
I mean, we got body pillows, but they're not femboys. What are you doing, Frack? Why do you do this every time? He's just readies up.
Well, I was putting pumpkins on things again.
Stop putting pumpkins everywhere. You don't need to put pumpkins everywhere.
I need them.
It's Halloween. There's gotta be pumpkins.
They're my emotional support pumpkins.
I'm Grant's emotional support pumpkins. As I'm subjected to the zebra doing unholy things to the yin.
Har har, I am a zebra, nay.
That was funny.
You see what we do to pumpkins on a regular basis.
Oh, look what it is.
Son of a bitch! What is this, 5? 4?
No,
I don't remember.
This is 4.
I can't live like this. Kids, does any other map exist in this fucking game?
They're probably struggling to, like, you know, fill players as, like, proper, like, you know, thingies.
Ready up. Driver ready. Gunner ready.
But hey, like, you know, we're getting Frack some levels. Isn't that what matters?
How do I use the machine guns?
Space bar.
Yeah. Bro just jackknifed on the fucking freeway. Alright, cool, dude.
Are you the bro?
No, him. He just, like, turns and then I just, like, T-bone him. And I'm like, just drive straight. Just fucking drive straight.
But that's boring. Granted, we're in an arcade where you can drive like so much faster. Like, look at me, a brisk 41 kilometers an hour.
We're gonna be such experts on this map.
Are we now?
We're forced to be.
We're even getting the same spawn a few times in a row now.
Yeah, this has been the 3rd time we've been at the same spawn now. Hit, and... Oh wait, I had a second tank. I could have used.
Grant.
I had a second turret. I could have used the second turret like an idiot. Damn it. Alright, M4A1, let's go. Or M5A1, sorry. Time for a speedy boy.
Ah, shit.
Get ready for this motherfucker to hit 88 miles an hour. Nope, 57, 60. Sorry, is that a... Nope, that's a friendly. Oh, that was an enemy.
Aha, I got a kill.
Looks like two people are trying to do like a sneaky on us.
Yeah, on the left side.
Yeah.
Putting artillery in their ass.
You?
Oh, no.
Fuck. Oh, this is gonna be terrible.
Shit. Shit. It's a Sunday.
Oh fuck! I can't believe you done this to me. All right. M22 now.
I was gonna get the Stewart. I'm like, you know what? No. No, I'm sorry. It's just not the time.
We're really spread out, and we have not captured a point.
Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, like, we gotta lock in. Nobody's captured it either. Worse off is we're close to the top on the scoreboard, so. Shit, enemy plane. Protect me, frack.
What?
You owe me. You better protect me. Who's in the plane?
It's me.
You better protect me. That's a Spitfire. He will fuck me up.
I'm coming, but it ain't far.
He's shooting me.
I'm trying to shoot him.
Missile hit, come on. Who am I miss? What was I missing there? Ah, shit. That was a very... Yep, that was me. That's me out already.
All three?
Yeah, no, I was Russian.
What? I thought you were Australian.
No.
Oh my god, was this M24 going?
Rules. Ding dong. Redirect visitors to another URL. Create a rule. So.
Oh no.
Redirect to.
Don't, frack, you're here.
Alright. So.
How close do I have to get?
You were the worst person to help me. I flipped my tank. No, you're making it worse.
Wait, no, this is the GrantZeebs. Okay, hang on a sec. DNS.
I'm so glad Grant just said like return to hangar.
Yep. I'm doing the.
You gotta grab. There you go. You gotta grab that site. Holy shit! Holy fuck! I give up.
Couldn't have been better time.
Under page rules, create page rule under if URL match. All right, cool. Okay, it's 1 in the morning. I'm gonna call it a night. Not to worry, big DJ. I should probably, because I imagine Frack and Unnamed are going at late at the night, and I am gonna have you guys go into raiding.
Raid?
Yeah, we're gonna do a raid. Let's raid into.
Oh my god, is Unnamed streaming? That's my favorite streamer.
we are gonna go raid into... Alright, let me just look at my following list. Fuck it. Because there was all these, like, War Thunders, and I was like, who the fuck? Alright, let's go for Space Yeen. It has been a long... And Space Lean is playing some Subnautica. It has been a while since I've raided into Space Yeen, so... You'll get...
I'm not even following them. Holy shit.
Yeah, no. Oh my gosh, you're not following fellow Yeens? How dare. Alright, our raid message is going to be Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-Barney pals, or prepare to get swole. And otherwise, I'm going to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream, going on late into the afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. Unnamed, thank you for the contributions and joining me for a little bit of War Thunder. Frack, you too. And Big DJ, thank you for the $2. I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, night, and otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye. Have a beautiful time. Bye.
All right, Grant, take off your pants.
No. Just because I moved over to preparing to raid doesn't mean you get to say take